Chapter 146, C. Through the Conspiracy. Chapter 146, C. Through the Conspiracy, the disciples, sent by the Beast Martial sect and the True Martial sect, were very strong. All of them suddenly defeated the 8 extreme martial sects' disciples that could partake. 1. P. 8 in the final round. Also, they had publicly challenged some disciples in the audiences, while some powerful extreme martial sects' disciples at the same time came on the stage, but they were all defeated. Elder Wu, my disciples had won against the strongest 8 disciples of your inner courtyard. Shouldn't the 100 true elemental Dan and 100,000 crystal stones be given to me for my disciples? Liao Shaoyan had a faint smile on his face as he asked Wu Kaming beside him. He intentionally raised his voice so that the other people could also hear him. Today, the Beast Martial sect and the True Martial sect were simply hitting wherever they went. While most of the strongest disciples of the Extreme Martial sect had now already entered into the True Martial realm, such as the 4 powerful disciples of the first inner courtyard. Among the 4 of them, 3 were now in the True Martial realm. As for Chan Xiang, he was nowhere to be seen. Chan Xiang, go up and teach these guys a good lesson. Let them know our Extreme Martial sect is also formidable. A middle-aged man shouted. One by one, everyone beside Chen Xiang started shouting. Chen Xiang was originally very upset for not being able to partake. 1. P. 8 in the martial art compet. 1 Tian. However, now that the opportunity had presented itself, it was very highly likely for him to get those 100 true elemental Dan and 100,000 crystal stones. Of course, Qin Xiang also had to make those 2 sects who were rampaging wherever they went to suffer a little bit. Chan Xiang lightly took a leap, stepped on the air just like a beautiful rainbow arc, then landed on the martial arts stage. Long-awaited Qin Xiang was eliminated 5 days ago. Many people were very regretful due to this. However, Chan Xiang had now appeared at the most crucial moment. This made them very excited. Many people had personally witnessed Qin Xiang's strength. That was not some ordinary strength. Many of them believed that Chan Xiang would be able to fight even those who were at True Martial Realm. Chan Xiang was now in the True Martial Realm. Even if the opponent was someone in first level of True Martial Realm, or even the second level, he was not a least bit afraid. Once he arrived at the stage, Chen Xiang looked at Liao Shaoyan above the high stage, not far away from him. Both his eyes were overflowing with murderous intention. He would never forget how Liao Shaoyan trampled over him. He had already sworn. He would definitely behead Liao Shaoyan and have his revenge. When Liao Shaoyan arrived, he already knew what happened to Qin Xiang, because Chen Xiang was not on time to partake. 1. P. 8 in the qualifiers, he was eliminated, but regarding Qin Xiang, he was just a little concerned about him. He didn't think too much about him. After all, he was someone who was just about to enter the Nirvana realm. This small ant wasn't able to enter in his eye. Many people knew of the things between Qin Xiang and Liao Shaoyan. That day Qin Xiang had almost died in the hands of Liao Shaoyan. But now Liao Shaoyan had dared to come to the Extreme Martial sect. He simply had not placed the Extreme Martial sect in his eyes. I've come to compare notes with them. Qin Xiang looked at Wu Kaming and saw him nodding his head with eyes filled with smile. Now he knew that Chan Xiang had appeared. Extreme Martial sect would be able to save their face. Humph, didn't you not partake? 1. P. Aided in the qualifiers just because of a stage fright? Why have you now appeared to get tortured? Liao Shaoyan sneered and said he suddenly found Qin Xiang very hateful, especially the look of hatred in the eyes of Qin Xiang. That is because I had to attend some matters temporarily. I'm an Extreme Martial Sect's disciple. Don't you want to challenge the Extreme Martial Sect's disciples? Qin Xiang didn't look at Liao Shaoyan. Instead, he faced the 2 disciples of the Beast Martial sect and True Martial sect. Whatever, in short, getting injured is inevitable at that time. Don't complain to us. Liao Shaoyan looked at Qin Xiang with a frown. Being ignored like this by Qin Xiang, it made him somewhat unhappy in his heart. He certainly knew Qin Xiang hate him to death. At this time Long Shui said in a tender voice, These two guys has just entered into the true martial realm. Their bodies have a strange energy in their dantian which is masking off their breath. That's why it is very difficult to see. That thing should be called runes. Chun Xiang in his heart was surprised, clenched his fists even more tightly. At the same time he was very excited. Now he knew why the beast martial sect and true martial sect dare to break everything wherever they went and only sent 2 people. These 2 had hidden their true martial realm very well. Naturally, they would not have any opponents in the mortal martial realm. However, now they had ran into Chun Xiang, who had also very well hidden his true martial realm, and not to mention his strength, which was much higher than others of the same level. Chun Xiang secretly chuckled in his heart. He had extreme hate for both the beast martial sect and the true martial sect. And now that these 2 sects' newly advanced young, true martial realm disciples had come to compete with him, he would naturally not be any lenient. Who is coming first from you? Chun Xiang asked, do you dare to have a life and death fight? One robust guy looking more like a bull spoke. He was the disciple of the beast martial sect. If Chun Xiang was killed, he could get the 300,000 crystal stones reward. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, how could the big guy let it go? Just as both Elder Dan and Wu Kaming wanted to open their mouth and stop him, they heard the immediate reply of Chun Xiang's, Dare? Come if you want to come. Let's see who's afraid of who. Life and death fight as long as both sides agreed, and if there were a lot of people who could testify, then it can be started. If any of them unfortunately died, the forces behind him could not hold the survivor accountable. This beast martial sect's disciple was called Niu Hao. With a robust body, he was even a head taller than Chun Xiang. That body looked more like a small giant, his whole body B-R-M-M-I-N-G with power, giving off a kind of oppressive feeling. Chun Xiang, the rune should be attached at his dantian's location. You should wait for an appropriate moment and burn off that rune. Afterwards, it will allow you to reveal his strength. Long Shui, transmitted to Chun Xiang with divine sense. Spirit runes did have this kind of benefits. Chun Xiang, whenever he could, especially during his idle time, would also study these spirit runes. But he still had no idea. After all, he was trying to grab something in the darkness, without any kind of guidance. Although both Elder Dan and Wu Kaming could have prevented this life and death fight, in the end they didn't stop it. Both of them knew that the reason why Chun Xiang could become their young martial uncle was certainly because he was someone extraordinary. Besides, they had already seen Chun Xiang's strength. However, they were still somewhat concerned in their heart. Not to mention the beast martial sect's disciples. Even some disciples of the extreme martial sect wanted to kill Chun Xiang, simply because Chun Xiang was worth 300,000 crystal stones. This sum was very attractive to many. As Chun Xiang knew the opponent was also in the true martial realm, he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. Start. Wu Kaming was the one who issued this order. The beast martial sects and the true martial sect's disciples had come, and this made him feel very unhappy. But he was still unable to do anything, even if they had been making irresponsible remarks. However, he hadn't expected that 2 strong and young disciples of the beast martial sect and the true martial sect would actually arrive and break the balance. Once his words had been heard by everyone, Niu Hao fiercely let out a roar. The martial art stage, completely constructed from hard rock, severely shook. However, this didn't affect Chun Xiang. At the same time, Chun Xiang also let out a roar. However, his roar was accompanied by a wave of azure and lightning chi aura, which came out from his mouth, and like a fountain, it rushed towards Niu Hao. Chun Xiang didn't utilize all of his strength. Otherwise, the strength of the true martial realm could be revealed. If that happened, Liao Xiaoyun and others would be able to see through his strength, and that would be very troublesome for him. Unless he let the other party expose their true martial realm strength. Only then would Chun Xiang be able to justifiably beat the other person. Even if his true martial realm was revealed at that time, it would be nothing. The azure lightning chi aura released from the mouth of Chun Xiang would be fatal to mortal martial realm martial artists. But for Niu Hao it was nothing. because he was in the true martial realm, and with his terrifying strength, he would be able to counteract this kind of power. But he didn't expect Qin Xiang would mix a bunch of powerful flames when he emitted the dragon roar, which in turn directly struck Niu Hai's Dantian's location and burned off his clothes. Qin Xiang's flames were the vermilion bird's flames of the true martial realm. It was not something easily extinguishable by an ordinary true martial realm martial artist. Niu Hai was surprised in his heart as he gathered the true qi above both of his hands. While he was smacking the flames above his abdomen, he was vigilant against Qin Xiang's attack. However, Qin Xiang didn't have any intention of attacking him. Flames spread quickly, and not long after, Qin Xiang could see those flames suddenly changing the colors. His eyes lit up. He reckoned this was the phenomena due to the burning of the spirit runes. Wu Kaming's brow suddenly wrinkled, because this Niu Hao's body released a very powerful breath. And it was just that only true martial realm martial artists should be able to have this kind of breath. True martial realm. Elder Dan's voice was incomparably cold, as if it came from the 9th level of the underworld. One more to come. Chapter 147 Devil Bao reappears. Chapter 147 Devil Bao reappears. The elder of the beast martial sect was suddenly sweating profusely. He could feel the anger of Elder Dan and Wu Kaming, but this elder could also be counted as an old fogey. He immediately said in a heavy tone, "No wonder this Niu Hao was so confident originally. He has actually entered the true martial realm. Although it is a good thing, but he still hid it from us. After we return, we must impose heavy penalties on him." Although the beast martial sect's elder said that they knew nothing about Niu Hao, and everything was the fault of Niu Hao, Elder Dan and Wu Kaming didn't believe a single word of it. Should we stop the contest? Liao Xiaoyan was very calm at this moment, as he dismissively said, as if he had nothing to do with all this. No need. Look at Qin Xiang's appearance. He too hid the matter of him advancing to the true martial realm. I think he broke through in these past few days. Wu Kaming just faintly smiled, because he could see Qin Xiang intentionally revealed his own strength. Both he and Elder Dan were very curious how his Qin Xiang was able to see through Niu Hao's strength. The whole body of the beast martial sect's elder was trembling. His complexion became pale. With a dignified look, he gazed at the martial art stage. If Qin Xiang had entered the true martial realm, then the outcome of this compet. 1. Tian would be difficult to predict. Furthermore, this was a life and death fight. Insignificant skills, go die! Qin Xiang made Niu Hao choke in rage. He let out a shout before a golden bull's head suddenly appeared on his thick arms. His chi aura was cemented into a lifelike bull's head, along with a pair of sharp big horns on it. Although Niu Hao looked very big, his speed was not at all slow. He swiftly and violently waved that giant arms of his and blasted a violent and fierce fist towards Qin Xiang. Just as those bull horns were just about to pierce 2 holes in Qin Xiang's body, Qin Xiang was suddenly nowhere to be seen. But everyone could see waves of Qin Xiang's breath spreading from the stage one after another. Qin Xiang, in an extreme speed, was madly Russ. Plussing on the stage, without releasing a single sound. Qin Xiang, using high-speed movements, escaped Niu Hao's fist. At the same time, he hid his own whereabouts. Although Niu Hao was able to identify Qin Xiang's location through Qin Xiang's breath, Qin Xiang was still moving too fast. Suddenly, he would be in the left, and in the next instance, he would be in the right, making it harder for Niu Hao to determine from where would Qin Xiang attack. This kind of speed made Niu Hao secretly astonished. Right now, he also suspected Qin Xiang was also a true martial realm martial artist, since it was a life and death fight, and the other party too wanted to kill him. Qin Xiang would certainly not stay his hand. Everyone was calmly looking at the martial art stage, waiting for Qin Xiang to attack. As of this moment, the atmosphere was very depressing because no one knew from which direction Qin Xiang would attack. Suddenly, Qin Xiang appeared, and Niu Hao too grabbed towards the direction where Qin Xiang came from. Niu Hao quickly turned it into a fist. However, Qin Xiang had still lightly avoided Niu Hao's violent and frightening fist of Horned Bull's head. Qin Xiang's palm was like the tip of a spear, wrapped in a thin true qi, but with quite an overbearing breath. At the same time he was dodging Niu Hao's fist, his palm that was like the tip of a spear already pierced towards Niu Hao's heart. Profound aura finger. Someone with good eyesight would be able to recognize it in a mere glance. With this formidable martial skill, the caster hands would be able to become as sharp as a divine weapon. Last time, Qin Xiang had used this profound aura finger to pinch off a few well-known spirit weapons. Qin Xiang's hand penetrated Niu Hao's body and came out from his back. Afterwards, he fiercely pulled back his hand as he poised himself to shoot his left arm, then blasted a strike on Niu Hao's dantian. An explosion burst forth as the whole martial art stage suddenly collapsed, and the stones flew in every direction. It was actually shocking heaven palm. Qin Xiang had spent a lot of power in using this attack, not to mention that he had also struck above Niu Hao's dantian. When he had struck on Niu Hao's dantian, he could feel a large amount of true qi bursting and spewing out from Niu Hao's dantian. The dust was blown away by the wind released by Qin Xiang. The martial art stage was already turned into a pile of scattered and broken stones. Niu Hao was constantly throwing up blood, and he had already lost consciousness. Qin Xiang let out a light shout and landed a kick on Niu Hao's waist. A powerful qi burst out from his leg before Niu Hao flew towards Liao Shaoyin. At this time, the whole body of the beast martial sect elder was trembling. He was checking the extent of Niu Hao's injury. Although Qin Xiang hadn't killed Niu Hao was crippled, and from head to toe, there was not a single organ left intact in Niu Hao's body. I've won against the beast martial sect's disciple. Next one should be the true martial sect, right? Qin Xiang, while looking at the delicate and pretty man standing beside Liao Shaoyin, loudly spoke. At this point, both Elder Dan and Wu Keiming were certain Qin Xiang had entered the true martial realm. Liao Shaoyin and the beast martial sect elder also had not expected Qin Xiang would actually break through in these short 5 days. However, Qin Xiang had still not revealed anything. He was letting the true martial realm martial artist pose as a mortal martial realm martial artist. Since Qin Xiang wanted to fight, Liao Shaoyin would also accompany him till the end. He spoke a few words with the delicate and pretty man beside him. Afterwards, Qin Xiang suddenly saw a black crossbow appear in the hands of that delicate and pretty man. This was exactly the demanding life devil Bao, which Qin Xiang had obtained previously by killing a man from the 100 Poison sect. Who didn't knew about this matter? Liao Shaoyin had robbed Qin Xiang's spoils of war. Life and death fight. That delicate and pretty man floated and arrived in front of Qin Xiang. His voice was devoid of any emotion. Good. Qin Xiang only looked at that demanding life devil Bao, which truly belonged to him. Today, he would definitely take it back. Wu Keiming calmly said, Liao Shaoyin, that demanding life devil Bao, is what Qin Xiang had obtained. Why did you seize it from him? After they finish fighting, you need to give me a satisfactory answer. That day, why were you against Qin Xiang? I'll also investigate this matter. Liao Shaoyin slightly trembled. That day, he only thought Qin Xiang was merely an ant in the mortal martial realm. If he wanted to kill him, he could kill him without any worry, and the extreme martial sect would not do anything. However, now Qin Xiang had entered the true martial realm and was also a level for alchemist. With such a kind of talent, whichever major sect he went to, he would receive serious attention. Young man, do not be crazy. You're still too tender. Elder Dan coldly said. Qin Xiang was her young martial uncle. Obviously, she would help Qin Xiang, even though she and Qin Xiang would not see eye to eye. The delicate and pretty man grabbing the demanding life devil, Bao, was called Zhao Cheng. He had recently entered the true martial realm. Not too long ago, he had also wounded a few extreme martial sect's disciples. But he actually took out a spirit weapon during a martial art contest. Seeing this, many people secretly despised him. Extreme martial sect's disciples still didn't know that the disciples sent by the beast martial sect and the true martial sect were pretenders in true martial realm. Otherwise, they would have already been drowned in spits and curses. Liao Xiaoyan still believed Chen Xiang hitting Niu Hao and destroying the spirit runes for concealing the cultivation, which revealed Niu Hao's power level was only accidental. That was why he didn't worry about anything. As long as Zhao Chen was not found out, he wouldn't have any relation whatsoever. Start! Liao Xiaoyan shouted. Just as his voice fell, a black arrow was suddenly shot from the demanding life devil Bao in the hands of Zhao Chen. Everyone could see that black arrow shot into Chen Xiang's body. This made the hearts of many people shocked, and everyone thought Chen Xiang was finished. Chapter 148, Elder's Rage. Chapter 148, Elder's Rage. This chapter is sponsored by Jan Prasivnak and Yahya Ayash. Thank you for your support. The black arrow pierced Chen Xiang's body, which made it suddenly burst open. In that moment, everyone's mouth was wide open with a look of utter shock on their faces as they stared at the spot where Chen Xiang had been blown away and disappeared. In Elder Dan's and Wu Kaming's minds, a thunderous explosion rang. In addition, Elder Dan's body slightly trembled. It was evidently clear that Chen Xiang's death dealt a serious blow to her. Zhao Chen also had a proud look on his face. He sneered and said, "TCA just SOO." Just as he finished speaking, out of nowhere a huge long blade pierced through Zhao Cheng's dantian as Chen Xiang suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, it also pierced that sheet of spirit runes in front as a terrifying true qi breath burst out from Zhao Cheng's body. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang had quickly used water to create a mirror image. This was the water mirror technique, part of the Black Tortoise Divine exercise. Then, using high-speed moment while also converging his breath, he quickly moved behind Zhao Cheng. Finally, when Zhao Chen let down his guard, Chen Xiang took out the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and hurled it towards Zhao Cheng's back, piercing his dantian. Although numerous extreme martial sect disciples were somewhat frustrated, they were completely stunned silent at this moment. They all wanted to know what kind of DDAM and technique Chen Xiang used to create such a scene. What? Did he have a FUC King cloning technique? Chen Xiang quickly pulled out his blade as a gush of blood started streaming out, just before his fists transformed to look as if they were casted from pure solid gold. A strong oppressive pressure swept through all four directions, which made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Dragon Aura Fist. Chen Xiang, with his true marital realm strength, along with the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, finally thoroughly unleashed the potential within this dragon martial technique. He stimulated the oppressive dragon's might to perfection, deterring many people. This kind of mighty pressure made the crowd feel like nothing more than ants before Chen Xiang. The dragon aura fist struck forth like lightning as the land fiercely shook. Chen Xiang's fist completely scattered the true qi within Zhao Chen's body, while also utterly destroyed his 5 zhang and 6 fu. Chen Xiang had once again wasted a true martial realm martial artist. Liao Xiaoyun's body slightly trembled, his complexion becoming very ugly. He looked on the demanding life devil Bao, which was being taken away, making his heart bleed. Just a moment ago, he gave the demanding life devil Bao to his own apprentice, Zhao Cheng. Yet, he had just been wasted by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang has the strength of the true marital realm. A true martial realm martial artist exclaimed. Amongst the crowd of onlookers, there were many in the true marital realm. Previously, they were still rather doubtful about it, but now they were absolutely certain. Chen Xiang had entered the true martial realm. Did he break through his bottleneck during these last 5 days? This is extremely Astonies. Plussing. Not only is he a level for alchemist, but now he is also a true martial realm martial artist. My G. Oh, D. This guy could be considered as one of the most talented pract. 1. 20 years in history. How could he even be put on the same level as Lu Jingnan? He is nothing compared to Qin Xiang. 20 years old, yet he is already in true martial realm. There is only a year age difference between him and Yun Xiaodao, but Qin Xiang is also a level for alchemist. This Astones. H.I. Plussing information quickly spread amongst the crowd as the whole square burst into a ruckus. This fact was just truly too shocking. Qin Xiang was actually in the true martial realm. Niu Hao and Zhao Qin must also be in true martial realm. Otherwise they would have already been killed. Only a true martial realm martial artist could have withstood Qin Xiang's attacks. Another true martial realm's disciple said. His voice was filled with anger. The true martial sect and the beast martial sect's disciples had actually smashed everything in their paths inside the extreme martial sect by relying on the true martial realm's strength. They had also injured many extreme martial sect disciples. This was simply cheating, someone in the true martial realm fighting with mortal martial realm martial artist. What the H.E.L.L. is this? It was clear that they were intentionally creating trouble. Tens of thousands of extreme martial sects disciples suddenly started cursing the opposing true martial realm martial artists. One after the other, they demanded an explanation from the true martial sect. My 300,000 bounty is not that easy to obtain. Qin Xiang sneered. He then looked at Liao Shaoyan before shouting. Both these disciples from the true martial sect and the beast martial sect were in the true martial realm. It is evidently clear that they intentionally hid their power to create trouble. Elder Wu, Elder Dan, how should we deal with them? True marital realm martial artists actually disguise themselves as people in the mortal martial realm just to challenge our extreme martial sect's mortal martial realm disciples, injuring many of them. I didn't expect these two great sects to be far more despicable than I thought. I applaud them. Qin Xiang's mocking voice spread throughout each and every corner of the extreme martial sect. Everything was heard loud and clear by everybody. All the disciples from the extreme martial sect became furious and started loudly cursing the two sects. The amiable smile on Elder Wu's face disappeared, turning into an absolutely expressionless look on his face. This kind of appearance was rarely seen on his face, but once it does appear, it was evident something or someone had truly enraged him. Although Elder Dan had a mask on, the atmosphere around her emitted a strong, oppressive pressure. This made everyone in the entire square quiet down. The once calm and quiet Liao Shaoyan was sweating profusely at this moment. Beside him stood two old men, both of whom had entered the Nirvana realm ages ago. Although Liao Shaoyan was just a hair's breadth away from the Nirvana realm, he was still just an ant in front of Elder Wu and Elder Dan. You had all better give me a good explanation that will make all of my extreme martial sect satisfied. Or else, let your dean come and take you away. Elder Wu firmly declared with an ice-cold voice. The beast martial sect elder had not yet entered the Nirvana realm. His strength was almost same as Liao Shaoyan. They were simply defenseless when facing two genuine Nirvana realm martial artists. Suddenly, Qin Xiang took a leap, grabbed Zhao Qinxiang, and leapt back to his previous location. Qin Xiang, what are you doing? Liao Shaoyan suddenly shouted. His face was burning with anger. Elder Dan instantly arrived in front of Qin Xiang. Due to this, Liao Shaoyan's complexion sank. I just don't want you to silence him. I want to make him truthfully speak, to explain just whose plan it was in the end. Qin Xiang said just a moment ago he could clearly see that Liao Shaoyan was trying to find ways to kill his own disciple, permanently silencing him. Liao Shaoyan was close to the Nirvana realm. Doing this kind of trick was simply too easy for him. If Liao Shaoyan placed all offense on Zhao Qing and claimed to kill him in a fit of rage, then all the blame would lie on Zhao Qing alone. However, if someone had ordered him, then this matter would become very serious. Following Bai Yu's method, Qin Xiang placed his hand on Zhao Qing's head. Afterwards, Qinxiang manipulated his divine sense to move in a peculiar way and enter inside Zhao Qing's skull. Zhao Qing, did Liao Shoyan know that you entered the true martial realm? Qinxiang asked with a sneer. He knew. Zhao Qing replied in a hollow voice. At that moment, the square was dead silent. Everyone in the square was a martial artist. They all had a very keen hearing and heard everything loud and clear. This confession made the entire square burst into a commotion. A simple reply was enough to prove Liao Shaoyan and his group had come to intentionally pick a bone with the extreme martial sect. Do you have anything to say? Elder Wu's voice was filled with anger. He hadn't expected the beast martial sect and true martial sect to actually barge into the sect and bully them in their own home. To actually dare come swaggering into the extreme martial sect and commit such atrocities was simply not placing the extreme martial sect in their eyes. Starting today, the extreme martial sect is irreconcilable with the true martial sect and the beast martial sect. From this moment forth, start cleaning up the extreme martial province by getting rid of all the beast martial sect and the true martial sect's disciples. Elder Dan loudly shouted. Her voice resounded throughout the extreme martial sect, accompanied with dense slaughter chi. It was pretty clear she was extremely angry in her heart. Humph, the Qinwu mainland first sect position should be changed. Just you wait. While speaking, Liao Shaoyan's body gradually started fading away. Instantly, both Wu Keiming and Elder Dan blasted a palm at the same time. This blow of theirs seemed dull and slow, but after it was unleashed, everything within the radius of 1,000 li fiercely shook. All the animals started crying at the same time. It was as if heaven itself was being trampled and the earth was on the brink of destruction. While the entire extreme martial sect fiercely shook, many disciples could not help but feel their legs turning to jelly as they slumped onto the ground. This was exactly the true, terrifying strength of the martial artists who stood at the apex of the mortal realm. For more to go. Chapter 149 Cold War. Chapter 149 Cold War. This chapter sponsored by Yahya Ayash and Eric Espinoza. Thank you for your support. Chun Xiang also stood among the crowd and was sweating profusely. Although both Elder Dan and Wu Keiming had acted at the same time, Liao Shaoyan still escaped by unknown means. This should be the S.P.A.C. Divine Martial Skill. It allows the caster to travel over tens of thousands of li to escape in a short notice. Wu Keiming coldly snorted. Afterwards, he coldly glared at the beast martial sect elder. Imprison him. The instant Elder Dan's command came out, 9 black silhouettes suddenly appeared around the beast martial sect's elder. This unexpected appearance of 9 people made everyone surprised. They could all clearly feel the terrifying slaughter chi being emitted from the strangers' bodies. Chun Xiang actually retreated a few steps because those 9 people gave him a very dangerous feeling. These people were actually dressed the same as Elder Dan. They all wore black robes and had a mask on their face. It was pretty evident that they were Elder Dan's men. At this moment, Chun Xiang thought he needed to reevaluate the strength of the extreme marital sect. Their overall strength was not at all as weak as it appeared to be, not even mentioning the mysterious 0th martial courtyard, as well as the always empty first martial courtyard. Those from the 2nd to 10th martial courtyards very rarely appeared within the extreme martial sect. The extreme martial sect's true strength was wrapped in many layers of clouds. Others were simply unable to completely see through it. Liao Shaoyan should have been injured. Let's head back for a meeting. Everybody's missions are put on hold. The true martial sect and beast martial sect have overstepped their boundaries. I will absolutely not let them bluntly bully the extreme martial sect. Wu Keiming declared. The detestable actions the beast martial sect and the true martial sect had done today was simply trampling on the dignity of the extreme martial sect. Although every disciple remained silent, they were filled with hot blood and could not wait to immediately go all out with the beast martial sect and the true martial sect. Chunseong also received 100 true elemental dawn and 100,000 crystal stones reward. This time around, his contribution was not small. Even Elder Dan also had no choice but admit it, and her tone also became a lot more polite. Chunseong also received the reward for advancing to the true martial realm from Elder Dan. Just like Yun Xiaodao and the others, Chunseong also received 100 true elemental dawn, 50,000 crystal stones, and a tattered used level 3 spirit weapon. Of course, this was just the reward for advancing. He also received the annual benefits provided by the Extreme Martial Sect, which was another 100 true elemental dawn and 100,000 crystal stones. These could be considered as very rich rewards. Chunseong was now overflowing with wealth. He had received a grand total of 500 true elemental dawn and 450,000 crystal stones during the period of the grand tournament. He had also used 100 true elemental dawn and 100,000 crystal stones to obtain 2 building foundation dawn from Zhu Rong. Chunseong also made a large profit from this. Additionally, he had also won 3 building foundation dawn and a 9 sun flames fruit from the bet between him and Lu Zhengnan. By then, Chunseong would always have a smile on his face whenever he woke up. In the short span of just 10 days, he had earned so much. However, he felt a bit depressed because every day that greedy little dragoness would think about how to get his true elemental dawn and building foundation dawn. Fortunately, he currently had no lack of true elemental dawn, so he would occasionally give her 1 or 2 dawn when he was in a good mood. The Extreme Martial Sect was truly enraged due to the humiliation they had to bear because of the Beast Martial Sect and True Martial Sect. At the very first moment, Danxiang Taiyuan came to support the Extreme Martial Sect. Meanwhile, the Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire, Icewind Valley, Lotus Island, and the Proud Sword Sect choose to remain neutral. All of them didn't support either side. Due to the recent occurrences, Gu Dongqin, who had left with the young true martial realm disciples for the exchange, hastily returned to the sect to discuss how they would deal with all sorts of things that may occur in the future. For this kind of matter, Chunseong would naturally not have to worry. He felt that his martial nephews and martial niece could handle it themselves. Right now, he was having a meal along with some fine wine inside a hotel with Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, Su Weilong, and Wu Qianqian. Elder brother Qin, you must pay for this meal. You actually made so much money, and you're also a level for alchemist. TSK, TSK. Yun Xiaodao exclaimed while lamenting. If Chunseong was just a young, true martial realm martial artist, it was okay. But at the same time, he was also a level for alchemist. Among the billions of people in the entire Qinwu mainland, it would be nearly impossible to find a second person like Chunseong. Wu Qianqian sat beside Chunseong with a light smile hanging on her face while drinking some juice. Chunseong actually brought her with them. This made her very happy. Although there was a stunning beauty next to them, Yun Xiaodao and others didn't make a single move. When they were out with Gu Dongqin, they also became familiar with Wu Qianqian. They knew that she had feelings for Chunseong. Younger brother Qin, I'm not boasting to you, but Lao Zhu, got praised by the dean. Although it is said going out to exchange martial art is just rubbish, in fact, it is very close to real fighting. I made a guy from the Danxiang Taiyuan beg for mercy. Zhu Rong said with a triumphant laugh. Cut it out, that's just rubbish. I listen around, and everybody says that the disciples of Danxiang Taiyuan don't have strong martial skills. Their main aspect is alchemy. Each and every alchemist has a very wide network of connections. If they wanted to, it wouldn't be a problem to call 4 to 5 true martial realm martial artists just to beat you. Su Weilong contemptuously said. Wu Qianqian seriously nodded her head. What Su Weilong said is not wrong. Although we can win against Danxiang Taoyuan's disciples, if they truly wanted to fight with respect to their contacts, we are certainly not their opponents. Yun Xiaodao didn't agree with them. He pursed his lips and said, Don't underestimate me, I've dual heaven veins. Getting first in one of 3 compet. 1. Tie-ins is not a problem. Moreover, now I'm a true martial realm martial artist. I can completely unleash the might of dual heaven veins. Even elder brother Qin is not my opponent. Wu Qianqian heard someone say her sweetheart strength was weak. She didn't get angry, but instead sweetly smiled. Do you dare to make a gamble with Qin Xiang? Yun Xiaodao took a glance at happily smiling Qin Xiang. Yun Xiaodao lacked self-confidence in his heart, although he was very confident of his current strength. It was a different matter if it was against Qin Xiang. How about a simple bet? If I win, you'll have to pay the bill. If I lose, till next year we can come here to eat and drink, and it will all be my treat. Qin Xiang said with a smile. Good. How are we going to gamble? You decide. Yun Xiaodao was excited. Anyway, at worst he would just lose the money for the meal and drinks. Qin Xiang slightly smiled. He looked at an empty wineglass, and in the blink of an eye, released the invisible, colorless, universal true qi, which wrapped around the wineglass, levitating it. With his enormous divine sense, he controlled the universal true qi, as his powerful divine sense fused with his true qi, transforming into an invisible power. This allowed Qin Xiang to control the wineglass, as he pleased. That small wineglass, was suspended in front of Yun Xiaodao motionless. Qin Xiang smiled and said, If you can move this wineglass, even a little bit, I lose. Otherwise I win. You have until nightfall. It was currently evening, and there was a short time till nightfall. Seeing the wineglass, dangling, Yun Xiaodao just thought Qin Xiang had used his powerful divine sense and suspended the wineglass. In his opinion, it was just a common trick. Yun Xiaodao secretly disdained it in his heart. Afterwards, he extended his hand to grab the wineglass. When he came in contact with the wineglass, it gave him a heart attack. That wineglass, seemed tightly crucified in midair. It would simply not move. Qin Xiang wrinkled his brow. It was pretty clear he was also very serious. This was because he was using a special method taught by Su Meiyao and by Yu Yu on how to use true qi and divine sense simultaneously. 3 more to go. Chapter 150, Ambiguous Ante. Chapter 150, Ambiguous Ante. Elder Brother Qin, how did you do this? Yun Xiaodao's whole body was sweating. Little by little he enhanced his own true qi, but the result never changed, and the wineglass, didn't budge a single inch. This is the result of using both true qi and divine sense at the same time. However, my consumption is also equally enormous. Qin Xiang's forehead was drenched in sweat. Zhu Rong and others were surprised. They could see Qin Xiang had indeed spent a great deal of his strength, but they didn't sense any kind of power fluctuations being released. It was terrifying that Yun Xiaodao, who had dual heaven veins, was unable to move this empty wineglass. Time pa said as night finally fell. Yun Xiaodao finally relaxed his hands as it turned completely dark outside. Panting, he leaned back. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang was just slightly tired. Hey, you lost! Qin Xiang smiled proudly. Now, he didn't have to pay the bill. During this period, both Zhu Rong and Su Weilong ordered and ate many good expensive dishes. At this point, Yun Xiaodao had a look of admiration. They had entered the true martial realm near about the same time, but Qin Xiang's strength was many times more than his. Su Weilong and Zhu Rong were also speechless. Originally, they thought after they have entered the true martial realm, the difference between them and Qin Xiang would shrink. However, now it seemed that no matter when, Qin Xiang was a completely abnormal existence. It was night time as Qin Xiang and Wu Qianqian were walking on the road. They were both returning to the extreme Dan King courtyard, as they both lived there. Qin Xiang, you're truly terrifying, a level for alchemist. Wu Qianqian softly said. Under the brilliance of moonlight, Wu Qianqian looked even more beautiful and Bli wearing a simple, elegant white dress. With a light blush on that mature and beautiful face of hers, Wu Qianqian was particularly enchanting tonight. Qianqian, you have the blue star fire spirit. In the future, you will definitely Serpa. Me in the field of alchemy. Qinxiang said with a smile. At this moment he felt a little embarrassed. Said, because of the mischief caused by Long Shui last time. This beauty had already misunderstood him. What made Qinxiang feel relieved was that Wu Qianqian had not even mentioned what had occurred during that day. It was as if nothing had happened between them. All the way home, they were idly chatting. Qinxiang came to learn that Elder Dan had set down a lot of skills to Wu Qianqian and also taught her many precious alchemy techniques. It was evidently clear that Elder Dan was very fond of Wu Qianqian. Just as they entered the Elder Dan King courtyard, Qinxiang heard Long Shui excitedly transmit over to him. Qinxiang, that tree bore fruits. I want to eat. Qinxiang was delighted in his heart. Facing Wu Qianqian, he said with a smile, the azure profound tree has bore fruit. Let's go take a look. Wu Qianqian already knew about the azure profound tree. Elder Dan had warned her not to reveal it to anybody, and also made Wu Qianqian ask a few questions to Qinxiang. As an alchemistress, Wu Qianqian was perfectly clear on how precious the azure profound fruit was. Elder Dan wanted Wu Qianqian to ask a few questions, making it very difficult for her. She was also very embarrassed, said to bring up the topic. After they arrived in the courtyard, Qinxiang saw Elder Dan looking up at the 20 fruits on the tree that was glittering with an azure aura. It was not a surprise to Qinxiang that she would appear here. Qinxiang, 300,000 crystal stones for one. Sell them all to me. Elder Dan said in a forceful tone. Why would I sell it to you? Qinxiang let out a light snort. She wanted to buy these from him, yet still gave him such a dirty look. I'll use them to refine building foundation, Dawn. You can't refine it. It's best not to leave the azure profound fruit for other sections. Elder Dan's tone became even more cold, but she didn't dare to be excessive against Qinxiang because he was in the end her young martial uncle. Qinxiang let out a mischievous laugh. How can you say that? Just because I'm unable to refine building foundation, Dawn, I must sell them to you. Of course. Are you selling or not? Anyway, even if you keep it, it has no use to you. I'll refine building foundation, Dawn, and also give you 2 building foundation, Dawn. Elder Dan was anxious. She raised her tone once again. Qinxiang was suddenly curious. It seemed like Elder Dan really needed building foundation, Dawn. He reckoned Elder Dan wanted the building foundation, Dawn, for cultivating her own secret forces. At this point, Qinxiang suddenly had an idea. He could use his own alchemy talents along with a large number of Dawn to cultivate own forces, which would then be useful for him later on. I won't sell. I also want to refine building foundation, Dawn. Qinxiang pursed his lips. If he auctioned off building foundation, Dawn, each one could be solid for at least 300,000 crystal stones. Moreover, from a single azure profound fruit, he could refine 4 building foundation, Dawn. He would be in heavy loss if he sold the azure profound fruits to Elder Dan. Humph, it's still too early for you. If I were you, I would first refine more true elemental Dawn and elevate my own strength to make my flames even more formidable. Only then should you once again gather some materials if you want to learn how to refine the building foundation, Dan. Even if you start refining now, you would fail more than 100 times. Qinxiang suddenly interrupted her and said, If I can refine it out now, then remove your mask and let me have a look at your face. Wu Qianqian was standing silently next to them, completely left shocked. She didn't know where Qinxiang got the courage to contradict Elder Dan over and over. Wu Qianqian could see Qinxiang was completely fearless of Elder Dan. Why didn't Elder Dan set Qinxiang in his place? You? Refine building foundation, Dawn? Ha ha ha. Elder Dan looked up and started madly laughing. Although she knew Qinxiang was very talented in alchemy, she felt it was still far too early for Qinxiang to refine the building foundation, Dan. At this point, the naughty dragoness, Long Shuai, posed as Qin Xiang and used his voice to say, "If I can refine it, would you strip off your clothes and let me have a look?" Elder Dan laughter suddenly came to a stop. Both Qin Xiang and Wu Qianqian were surprised for a moment. Wu Qianqian looked at Qin Xiang with an incredible expression in her eyes. She knew that Qin Xiang was fearless of Elder Dan, but that didn't mean he could say such words which would lead him to afterlife. "Brat, your guts keep getting bigger and bigger." Elder Dan's voice was extremely cold, accompanied with a light amount of slaughter qi. Qin Xiang didn't blame Long Shui this time. He just sneered and said, "Do you dare to bet or not? If you lose, you'll strip including your mask. If I lose, I'll give you the Azure Profound tree along with those 20 Azure Profound fruit. I'll give it all to you." At this time, Wu Qianqian was completely drenched in sweat. She was worried that at any time, Qin Xiang might be slapped to death by Elder Dan. Wu Qianqian began suspecting if she was dreaming or not. There was actually someone who was being so provocative to an extremely strong martial artist standing at the apex of cultivation in the mortal realm. Elder Dan didn't immediately reply. She saw that Qin Xiang was extremely confident. She could not help but doubt herself a bit. She knew that Qin Xiang was someone who could create miracles. Previously, she had personally witnessed it quite a few times. However, she still felt that refining the building foundation Dan for Qin Xiang right now was simply not possible. Wu Qianqian also felt that it was impossible for Qin Xiang. However, just looking at that level of confidence coming from Qin Xiang, it seemed like it'd have to be true. Elder Dan was contemplating whether or not she should take the gamble with Qin Xiang. If she lost, she would need to strip and let Qin Xiang have a look at her. But on the other hand, if she won, she would get an Azure Profound tree with extremely quick growth. In addition, she would also get 20 Azure Profound fruits. Even if she was a Nirvana realm martial artist, she could not help but be swayed by the temptation. It's just taking off your clothes and letting a man take a look. So what isn't this very easy to do? If you are lucky and win, you would get 20 Azure Profound fruit and an Azure Profound tree. Qin Xiang said with a mischievous smile. Wu Qianqian was also wondering if she was in a similar situation. Would she agree to such a bet? However, she knew her body was not as high valued as Elder Dan's. After all, that is the peerless body of a Nirvana realm female martial artist. After considering for a brief moment, Elder Dan clenched her teeth and said, "I'll take that bet." 2 more to go. We'll be a bit late, still translating. Chapter 151, The Ultimate Challenge. Chapter 151, The Ultimate Challenge. Both Qin Xiang and Wu Qianqian were taken aback. Neither of them had expected Elder Dan to actually accept the bet. Refining the building foundation Dan was already an extremely easy thing for Qin Xiang to do. He had already successfully refined it many times before. He was thinking that soon he would be able to see the true appearance of Elder Dan. Thinking about this, Qin Xiang was secretly excited in his heart. At this time, not only would he be able to see Elder Dan's true appearance, he could also see her beautiful, jade-like body. Qin Xiang just held some curiosity towards Elder Dan, because he always felt that Elder Dan was very familiar, yet he wasn't quite able to put his fingers on who. "Elder Dan, except for the Azure Profound fruit, I currently don't have any other materials. Give me few days to procure them." Qin Xiang said with a mischievous smile. Seeing the nasty look on his face, Elder Dan secretly cursed him in her heart. "I have them here. I'll sell them to you." Elder Dan took out a large number of materials. There was the 1,000-vein fruit, metal spirit fruit, a half-used monster Dan for life essence, as well as other 1,000-year or older auxiliary herbs. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "I will refrain from paying the crystal stones for these herbs right now. If I successfully refine the building foundation Dan, then I should be exempted from the cost of these herbs." "Okay, but if you failed to refine, you have to admit defeat. You have 2 hours to complete begin." Elder Dan sat down against the azure profound tree and waved over to Wu Qianqian, signaling her to sit down. Wu Qianqian whispered, "Elder Dan, how can you be so rash? In the 1 in a million case you lose." Elder Dan said with a light snort, "Isn't it just striping and letting him take a glance? It's nothing. In case I lost, the sect still earns big." Wu Qianqian was speechless in her heart. There was a tint of red on her pretty face. She didn't expect Elder Dan to actually be so relaxed, to think she didn't mind others looking at her bare body. It was as if Elder Dan could clearly see what Wu Qianqian was thinking, saying softly, "If it's him looking, it's nothing. I would absolutely not bet like this with anyone else." She just spoke until there. Elder Dan hastily closed her mouth. She found the more she tried to explain, the easier it was to misunderstand. Wu Qianqian suddenly felt that Elder Dan didn't hate Qinxiang as much as it appeared on the surface. Wu Qianqian also felt Elder Dan seemed to hold a special kind of feeling towards Qinxiang. This was a woman's instincts. If it was Qinxiang, he absolutely would not think so. "Elder Dan, why is it that me looking at you is nothing?" Qinxiang's hearing was sharp. Even if he was picking out the herbs with rapt attention, he could still hear all the faint sounds around him. Regarding this, Qinxiang was even more curious. "Don't ask, just refine your Dan. Also, you absolutely can't tell anyone about this matter," Elder Dan coldly ordered. Afterwards, she once again looked at Wu Qianqian as she nodded her head in response. Qinxiang picked out a set of herbs. Afterwards, he picked an azure profound fruit which contained a lot more spirit qi compared to ones he had used last time. However, Elder Dan's herbs' quality just weren't that good, so it would be impossible for him to refine 4 building foundation Dan from a single set of herbs. Qinxiang estimated for a moment. It should be possible to refine 3. Last time, during the assessment of the Danxiang Tower, because of the quality of the other herbs, he was only able to refine 2 building foundation Dan. For building foundation Dan with 1 set of herbs. Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian had never heard of this. In their knowledge of the building foundation Dan, 2 was the absolute limit, and only Elder Dan was known to be able to achieve this. Qinxiang wanted to refine out 4 Dan, which is why he added a few more herbs. This was also done so in order not to waste any of the azure profound fruit. With better utilization, this high-quality azure profound fruit could be used to refine 4 Dan. "Humph, you selected so many herbs for what? Aren't you refining for the first time? You'll definitely blast the furnace." Elder Dan sneered. Each and every move from Qinxiang did not escape her notice. She was worried about the loss of the azure profound fruit, which was why she reminded Qinxiang. Qinxiang gave her a blank look. "You just need to wait there to strip. Don't talk nonsense. Even if I failed to refine, the loss would still be on me and not you." Elder Dan's whole body was trembling. Wu Qianqian was also extremely scared. She was always worried that Qinxiang would suddenly be killed by Elder Dan. Qinxiang was not a bit afraid of Elder Dan now. After all, he was Elder Dan's young martial uncle. As long as he didn't go too far, at most he would be scolded with few words. Moreover, he felt molesting his marital niece was also very interesting. He also felt a kind of very cool and superior feeling. Elder Dan looked at Qinxiang, solemnly processing those herbs. She was secretly surprised from the way he was processing the herbs. It was evidently clear to her that it was absolutely not Qinxiang's first time attempting to refine the building foundation Dan. She began to worry about losing the bet. It was also the first time for Qinxiang to refine the building foundation Dan in such an irregular way. It depended on his decision from intuition when to add those herbs, so he could still be able to refine 4 Dan. However, in his heart, he didn't lack any self-confidence. Even if he failed, he would still be fearless, because right now he was trying to invent a new way to refine. If he was successful, that would be the best-case scenario to get 4 building foundation Dan, and once again earn a great fortune. The processing of the herbs required a great deal of attention. If there was no one to guide step by step, it would be very difficult to place the herbs perfectly and dispose the other impurities. Especially for the high-grade herbs, even the work outside the furnace was also very important. If there was even a single mistake, it would lead to utter failure. For others, it may very well be very difficult, but for Chen Xiang it was rather easy. Invisible flames started overflowing from both of his hands as he started to slowly stroke the herbs. Some of the impurities on the surface and on the inside of the herbs were incinerated away. This was a large portion of an alchemist's ability to control their flames with their divine sense. Seeing this occur, Wu Qianqian secretly took in a long, deep breath. For her, it was first time seeing someone refine the building foundation dan. Besides, it was her sweetheart who was currently completely engrossed in alchemy. Carefully watching Chen Xiang's earnest face, a tint of redness arose on Wu Qianqian's face. A man was most charming when he was earnestly working. Soon, Chen Xiang finished everything that should be done before putting it inside the furnace. Then, in an orderly manner, he started placing the herbs inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Afterwards, he poured the flames inside the alchemical furnace. Refining 4 building foundation dawn with just one set of herbs at once was also a great challenge for him. Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian were not aware of the situation inside the alchemical furnace. However, they could feel the flame temperature changing. It was clear that Chen Xiang was concentrating on the alchemy. His previous ATTI, Tude alluded towards it, but it was still a shock to them when it became evidently clear that Chen Xiang was able to refine the building foundation dan. Otherwise, how could he have possibly executed each and every single step in the process so smoothly? Half an hour passed. Suddenly, the brilliant flame dragon furnace began to fiercely shake, while Chen Xiang was also sweating profusely. Elder Dan also loosened up her hold on those beautiful hands of Wu Qianqian's. Both of their hands were covered in sweat. By now, Elder thought Chen Xiang's furnace would explode at any given moment. Chen Xiang was trying to fuse the extremely rich as well as extraordinarily tyrannical herbal spirit qi together, which in turn led to the fierce shaking of the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Thankfully, the herbs had soon turned into herbal powder and successfully fused together. Chen Xiang then had this mixture evenly divided into 4 parts. Once again, a little less than half an hour passed. Once again, Elder Dan began to become tense. This was because that alchemical furnace, that looked as if it was carved from pure ruby, had now calmed down. In other words, Chen Xiang had crossed the most dangerous threshold. Chen Xiang had already fused the various different characteristic herbal spirit qi together. He now divided this herbal spirit qi into 4 equal parts before blended them together with a respective heap of herbal powder. This fusion process was very unstable, and Chen Xiang had also consumed a lot of his divine sense. Fortunately, Chen Xiang had spent a long time cultivating the S-H-I plus into infant soul before. Otherwise, his divine sense would have been completely consumed long ago. Wanting to refine 4 building foundation dawn was much harder than he had ever imagined. The alchemical furnace once again started fiercely shaking. From time to time, scorching hot qi waves would surge out from it. Both Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian were calmly observing, but their hearts were very tensed. Chen Xiang was Wu Qianqian's sweetheart. She certainly didn't want her sweetheart to look at another woman's body. However, that was also why she was so conflicted. On one side, she wished Chen Xiang could successfully refine the building foundation dan, but on the other, she didn't wish for it to be successful. It was already late into the night, knowingly or unknowingly. Chen Xiang had now refined for 1.5 hours. That fiercely shaking alchemical furnace suddenly calmed down. While the Chen Xiang's complexion was somewhat pale and his whole body was drenched in sweat, he still opened his eyes, releasing a long sigh. With a slight smile on his face, he said, "I'm done." Chapter 152 Stunning, Regretful. Chapter 152 Stunning. Regretful Elder Dan, who was sitting under the azure profound tree, fiercely stood up and quickly moved beside Qinxiang. If she had not worn a mask, a variety of complicated expressions would have definitely been seen on her face. Wu Qianqian also trotted over. She had a clear, complex look on her face, but the majority was shock and wars. H.I. plus P. Qinxiang was younger than her, yet he was already able to refine the building foundation, Dan. Qinxiang, did you truly refine the building foundation, Dan? Wu Qianqian was still a bit doubtful. Elder Dan was even more doubtful. This is impossible. Qinxiang smiled and said, "Why don't you open the furnace and take a look? You can just check the alchemical furnace. Furthermore, from the freshly refined building foundation, Dan, you should be clear on what happened." Elder Dan, someone who stood at the apex of the mortal world, was actually slightly trembling. She extended her hand and opened the lid of the alchemical furnace. Wu Qianqian was also beside the furnace staring. She was extremely looking forward to the result. Just as the lid was opened, a mixture of azure and golden aura suddenly burst out. Seeing this, Elder Dan let out a tender shout in surprise. Hearing this shout, Qinxiang's brow suddenly wrinkled because that sound gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Wu Qianqian's seductive cherry lips had parted as her mouth was wide open. She was looking in utter shock at those 4 dawn full of azure and golden veins inside the alchemical furnace. They were indeed building foundation dawn. Furthermore, there were 4 of them. At most, wasn't it only possible to refine 2 building foundation dawn from a single set of herbs? Yet, somehow Qinxiang had refined 4. This was simply unheard of, making it even harder to accept. It was even more difficult for Elder Dan to accept this as someone who had been immersed in Dan Tao for so many years, which was also the reason why she let out a shout in surprise. TLN, Dan Tao, the way of Dan, or in simple words, alchemy. Elder Dan could not help but shake her head while looking at those 4 building foundation dawn. She was slowly retreating while muttering, "This is impossible for building foundation dawn. Even I cannot do this." Qinxiang was very satisfied with Elder Dan's current reaction. He smiled and replied, "Well, have you tried to?" Elder Dan subconsciously shook her head. "No, because an even better alchemist than me tried to do it, but he failed many times, which is why you believed it was impossible to do under any circumstances. Only a few people tried and failed. Over times, people started accepting that only 2 dawn could be refined from 1 set of herbs." Qinxiang smiled and stated. Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian nodded their heads. During alchemy, a lot of spirit herbs were consumed. If it was carelessly attempted, only the herbs would be wasted. You lost. Pay up. Qinxiang lazily let loose a yawn. He was a bit tired, but as he thought about seeing Elder Dan without any clothes, his spirit was immediately aroused. Elder Dan took a few deep breaths before asking, "You've been able to refine the building foundation, Dan, before this, right?" Qinxiang nodded his head. "Had you already entered the true martial realm when you went to Danxiang Tower for the assessment?" Elder Dan once again asked. She reckoned Qinxiang had refined out the building foundation Dan during this period and also ate them. Qinxiang replied with a smile, "I cannot answer you." "Humph, who taught you the alchemy? It is impossible for you to be self-taught." The more direct Elder Dan was, the more cunning Qinxiang was. He had entered the true martial realm a long time ago, but then, without saying a word, went to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Extreme Martial Grand Tournament and earned the biggest benefits. In addition to all of this, almost everyone summed he had broken through during the Grand Tournament. Qinxiang mischievously smiled and said, "I was taught by a female. She is the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan." "Impossible," Elder Dan said with great confidence. "Oh, and how do you know it's impossible? Do you know her?" Qinxiang was getting more certain that Elder Dan and Danxiang Taoyuan's dean had some sort of invisible relations. I plus P. I can answer you. However, those alchemy techniques of yours are absolutely not taught by the Danshan Tuanstein. In the end, who taught you the alchemy? Anybody who can teach and guide you like this must be very famous. Elder Dan forcefully asked. She was getting really curious. Qinxiang smiled and said, "A woman. She is much more beautiful than you." Elder Dan said with a cold snort, "You haven't even laid eyes on me. How can you say she is prettier?" Qinxiang sighed, "You have always been ugly in my eyes, so she is definitely many times more beautiful than you. As for the woman who taught me alchemy, don't ask. In the future, if you get the opportunity, then you'll know. Quickly strip. Don't tell me the dignified Elder Dan would lie." Qinxiang said with a sinister smile, with an expression full of strangely sinister intent in his eyes. He looked over Elder Dan's well-shaped body. Very sensibly, Wu Qianqian started walking away, although she would like to take a look at Elder Dan's true appearance. "Qianqian, stay." Elder Dan suddenly called her. "Someone has to prove that I did not lie." Wu Qianqian's pretty face was slightly red. She took a glance at Qinxiang, nodded her head, and agreed. "Yes." "Qianqian, you better look carefully. Take a look whether her body is better than yours or not." Qinxiang said while smiling and rubbing his hands. Wu Qianqian let out a soft snort. Her face turned a deeper shade of scarlet. As Elder Dan started taking off her dress, Qinxiang held his breath. He didn't even blink, not wanting to miss, as he would finally be able to find out who Elder Dan was in the end. Elder Dan slowly and gracefully took off the black gown, covering her body. She was wearing a long snow-white skirt underneath her black gown. To Qinxiang's surprise, Elder Dan wasn't even the slightest bit tense. She slowly took off the white skirt, her graceful and charming movements making it very difficult for Qinxiang to breathe. At this point, Qinxiang's heart was in his mouth. The white skirt fell off, and Qinxiang gulped fiercely. He had no choice but to acknowledge the fact that Elder Dan's figure was extremely good. It was as if she was carved out of flawless snow-white jade. Her slim and supple waist would make anyone want to rush up and caress it. Her long, slender, and snow-white legs, her towering chest and XY collarbone. This woman's body was seizing Qinxiang's very soul with each and every movement. Every single part of her gorgeous body was exuding sensual charms. Once a man laid his eyes on her body, it was impossible for him to look away. But soon he was secretly cursing because a purple mist was shrouding both the chest and waist area of Elder Dan's. She obscured the most antic. 1p aided parts. Even if it was so, at this point, Qinxiang's whole body was extremely hot. He had no choice but to forcibly suppress the evil fire burning in his body. Although Wu Qianqian was a woman, she too couldn't help but appreciate the sight in front of her. Her pretty face also returned to that tint of red, as she was completely enchanted by that half-exposed jade-like body. She didn't expect Elder Dan to be so smart to actually release purple mist and cover the most crucial areas. Such a move would make others desperately want the whole view, but they were unable to get it. Elder Dan took off the mask, but her face was also similarly covered in purple mist, completely obscuring her face. Qinxiang was running around that stunning and enchanting jade body in a full circle, but no matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to see anything else. "I was cheated. What is this?" Qinxiang immediately scolded. At the same time, he blasted a palm, releasing a burst of breeze. He was trying to blow away that purple mist, but it was to no avail. "You only requested me to strip off naked and take off my mask. I did that." Elder Dan said dismissively. Her voice also had a stark, mocking tone. "Truly sinister." Qinxiang hatefully clenched his teeth. "Right back at you," Elder Dan leisurely said. Seeing such an appearance on Qinxiang's face, she was secretly happy in her heart. Wu Qianqian also spat out in a tender voice. "Qinxiang, Elder Dan has fulfilled her end of the bargain. She thought what Elder Dan did till this step was already pretty good. Qin Xiang should be satisfied with being able to see Elder Dan's charming bare body. Forget it. Qin Xiang was extremely upset. He sat on the ground, took away those 4 building foundation dawn, and then took a leap, picking out an azure profound fruit. He placed it inside his mouth and started to chew. "What are you doing?" Elder Dan hastily shouted. Wu Qianqian was also stunned. Neither of them had expected there would be such an idiot who would directly eat an azure profound fruit. The white dragoness attached to his arm muttered in jealousy, "Before you said yourself that you want to use it for alchemy. If eaten directly, it would be a waste. Yet now you're the one eating it." "I also want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat." Qin Xiang ignored the tantrums of this greedy little dragoness. Once again, he angrily took a bite out of that azure profound fruit. This led to Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian anxiously stomping. An azure profound fruit was destroyed. That was simply an utter waste of natural resources. "Qin Xiang, you." Wu Qianqian bit her lips and angrily said. Elder Dan's jade-like body was slightly quivering in anger. She quickly put on her clothes, went over and grabbed Qin Xiang's wrist, coldly saying, "Are you angry with me? Isn't it very obvious? This fruit is mine. I'll do as I Wisconsin H." Plus, Qin Xiang pursed his lips and took another big bite. Not to mention, this azure profound fruit was very tasty. So, even after taking a bite, he just couldn't stop himself from taking another. He had already firmly decided to never allow that greedy little dragoness to taste even a little bit. Otherwise, she would be asking for it all the time. Chapter 153 Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor, Part 1. Chapter 153 Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor, Part 1. Both Elder Dan and Wu Qianqian knew why Qin Xiang was angry. He painstakingly refined a set of herbs into 4 building foundation dawn. Yet, even after he won, he was disappointed. He was unable to see the thing he most wanted to. "Elder Dan, as long as you let me take a look at your appearance, I'll give you these 4 building foundation dawn, along with the azure profound tree, and even those azure profound fruits growing on it. What do you think?" Qin Xiang was extremely eager to find out who this woman was in the end. Qin Xiang trusted his instincts, which were telling him that he definitely knew this woman. Elder Dan released Qin Xiang, while distressfully looking at Qin Xiang eating that azure profound fruit. She was considering a lot of things. Qin Xiang also finished eating the azure profound fruit. Elder Dan heaved a long sigh. "Forget it. I promised you, as long as you defeat me. At that time I'll be completely yours. You can do as you Wisconsin H." Plus, Elder Dan left the courtyard with helplessness. This matter occurred in the middle of the night, and she would never forget it. Wu Qianqian would also not forget it. Wu Qianqian now came to know why Qin Xiang was willing to use such a price to learn the item. 1. Tie of Elder Dan. Because it was pretty obvious that Elder Dan was someone familiar to Qin Xiang. Otherwise, Elder Dan, this level of character, would absolutely not do such a shameful thing in front of anyone else. Although Elder Dan had already covered her most crucial places, for a woman to give a man such a scene to enjoy, it was already a very difficult thing. "Qianqian, you go back and tell her if she needs the building foundation dawn, then tell me. I'll help her in refining. Later she will have to give me a satisfactory price. And she is also responsible for providing me the additional herbs." Qin Xiang said, "I reckon that she might not come to see me for quite some time." Wu Qianqian certainly knew that Elder Dan was currently in great need of building foundation dawn. However, she didn't expect Qin Xiang to be so generous as to be willing to help Elder Dan refine those building foundation dawn. However, if the word got out, it would be difficult for others to believe. For an alchemistress standing at the apex of the Qinwu mainland wanted to purchase dawn from Qin Xiang. Wu Qianqian slightly smiled. "Qin Xiang, that's very kind of you. I'll also work hard. In the future, this extreme Dan King courtyard will rely on us for support." Hey, hey, you have to work hard. If there is any need of me, you can come and find me. I'll try to help you. Chunxiang smiled and said. Wu Qianqian felt warmth in her heart as she quickly nodded her head and then walked away. Chunxiang slapped his own chest and cursed in a low voice. Little dragoness, knock it off. This azure profound fruit tastes extremely bad, worse than death. If I didn't had to anger Elder Dan, I would have already spat it out. Really? I really hate to eat unpalatable things. Give me a building foundation, Dan. I could always try it. You now have 4 of them. Long Shui once again started causing a ruckus. Chen Xiang was helpless as he took out a building foundation Dan, only to instantly see a white light flash in front of him as it wrapped away the building foundation Dan and subsequently disappeared. Thereafter, transmitting a nom-nom sound in Chen Xiang's mind. He still held some doubt about how this little greedy dragoness ate Dawn under the spirit state. The next day, after having a good sleep, Chen Xiang opened the door. He saw a masked Elder Dan standing at the entrance. Suddenly seeing the strange mask scared the H-E-L out of Chen Xiang as he jumped back with a sound. Who knows why, but Elder Dan's body was slightly trembling. Am I really that ugly? Humph! Until you take down this DAM and mask, you will always remain ugly in my mind. Chun Xiang angrily replied. Early in the morning, he woke up in a good mood, but was subsequently scared. The fact that he didn't curse someone was already pretty good. Currently, I don't have too many building foundation dam materials. Wait for me to gather them. At that time, don't go back on your words. Elder Dan had already learned from Wu Qianqian that Chen Xiang was willing to refine building foundation Dawn and sell them to her. If she was going to refine them herself, at most she would be able to refine 2. However, Chen Xiang was able to refine 4 of them, each with a very high quality. Although on the surface, she was cold towards Chen Xiang, in her heart, she had nothing but admiration towards him. I thought that for a few days you would not come to see me. Right now, there is no one else here. Why have you not called me Martial Uncle? Chan Xiang said with a mischievous smile. Young Martial Uncle, are you happy now? Elder Dan said with a light snort. I'll instruct Qianqian and make her an excellent alchemistress. She is in closed-door training now, learning alchemy. She is preparing to make headway towards the level 3 alchemistress stage. You don't need to worry. Chun Xiang nodded his head and with a serious look said, You have to use a little bit caring. Maybe in the future both of you are going to sleep on the same bed with me. By then both of you will be good sisters. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he started laughing. If others said such things before Elder Dan, they would have probably already been blasted to death by Elder Dan. Even their ashes would not be left. Young Martial Uncle, someday I'll make you look good. Elder Dan angrily stamped her foot, turned away, and left. Last night, after those things occurred between him and Elder Dan, Chen Xiang felt that the relations H-I plus P between him and Elder Dan had advanced a step, although he didn't know why. Elder Dan also felt similarly, in spite of the fact that they always bicker with each other. Both of them had a peculiar feeling for the other in their hearts. Chun Xiang looked in the mirror at his own handsome face. He could not help but sigh. Is it because father is too handsome, and as a result stir up so many troubles? Inside the ring, Su Meiyao let out a retching sound and said with a soft laugh, Don't flatter yourself. You brat, last night you cheaply took advantage of her. Chun Xiang laughed and said, You look much more beautiful than Elder Dan. Su Meiyao naturally understood what Chen Xiang meant to say, because Chen Xiang had seen hers and Bai Yu's body. Don't mention this thing again. Bai Yu retorted, When you are finished with these trivial matters, I'm going to teach you the devil skills. Chen Xiang picked and preserved the left-over 18 azure profound fruit. Now he didn't have anything else to do. He felt it was time to learn the devil skill. Although he was in true martial realm, because he resided in Extreme Dan King Courtyard and was also a level 4 alchemist. He didn't need to do any sect missions, as long as he simply refined some good dawn. But sometimes a few suitable missions were also assigned to him, just as Qin Xiang decided to prepare learning the devil skills. An insane laughter suddenly resounded in his mind. This scared the H-E-L out of Qin Xiang, because this sound was exactly the same as his insane teacher, Huang Jitian. Ha ha! Brat, you really are inside the mysterious realm. That's great. Huang Jitian's voice once again floated over in Qin Xiang's mind. Teacher, senior, are you feeling good? Qin Xiang was surprised for a moment. He also didn't know what he should say. All day I stay here, feeling good my ass. You brat, haven't you also stayed here? How can you ask such a stupid question? Huang Jitian scolded. I'm not going to talk nonsense. I've almost exhausted my divine sense just to find you. Remember the words I'm going to speak next. And quickly say. Qin Xiang hastily said. Huang Jitian must have some important matter to discuss with him. That's why he came to find him. I killed the beast martial sex, Dean, 10,000 years ago. Many people don't know the reason because it is related to a very important secret. However, now I have to tell you. Huang Jitian's tone became dignified. You should be aware that the extreme martial province and true martial province intersect at the Black Tortoise Mountain. I know that. Qin Xiang replied, the Black Tortoise Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the extreme martial province. However, the true martial sect would repeatedly come to steal the resources and hunt the demon beasts. The Black Tortoise Mountain is concealing a treasure inside itself. That thing is called the Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor. Is a very powerful armor that would wake up once every 10,000 years. Afterwards, it would lead to a variety of visions appearing in the Black Tortoise Mountain. However, since its establishment, my extreme martial sect has been responsible for protecting this Black Tortoise Adamantal armor. But this thing could not be moved to the sect, which is why we left it there. Both deans, the beast martial sects and true martial sects, wanted to obtain it. 10,000 years ago, beast martial sect's dean came personally looking for it, and in the end he was killed by me. Huang Jitian dismissively said. Chapter 154 Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor, Part 2. Chapter 154 Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor, Part 2. Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor. After Qin Xiang heard these words, he, Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu, and Long Shuai were suddenly surprised. All of them had heard of this thing. This was one of the 4 image divine weapons. The divine weapon of Black Tortoise. Its primary use was defense. Qin Xiang continued to listen to the transmission of Huang Jitian, coming from that sinkhole. This Black Tortoise Adamantal armor is hidden inside the Black Tortoise Mountain. In order to protect this thing, each generation of deans have spent a great deal of effort. I instructed your senior brother previously and told him to pass these things to the next dean. I don't know whether or not he has told it to Little Featherhead. That's why I came to ask you to remind them again. Huang Jitian said, I'll ask him. Qin Xiang replied, by now, although he already had the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, he really hadn't used it because this blade's lethality was too terrifying. Alas, if this Black Tortoise Adamantal armor found itself a good master, we would not have to spend so much effort just to protect it. However, if it got in the hands of the wicked, it would be a great calamity for the mortal world. Huang Jitian sighed. You need to go to that hidden location of the Black Tortoise Adamantal armor. Keep in mind to always walk in the water. No matter how bad that path is, taking that road is always right. Teacher, is there a mysterious realm inside Black Tortoise Mountain? Qin Xiang asked in slight surprise. And there is an entrance in middle of a mountainside. This is known to many people. It's just that the entrance would only be opened when the Black Tortoise Adamantal armor is awake. If you want to take a look, it's best if you follow Little Featherhead because many powerful people will come to try and obtain this armor. Huang Jitian seriously exhorted. Finally, his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Let's go and quickly find this black tortoise adamantal armor. Bai Yu said, it will not be too late to learn the devil skills after we return. Su Meiyao also agreed. You cultivate the divine exercise of the four symbols. You definitely could get the recognition of the black tortoise adamantal armor. Just like how you got the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade before. Inside the black tortoise mysterious realm, there must be plenty of good things to eat. Long Shui muttered. Chen Xiang immediately started looking Gudongchen, which was truly not easy with how mystic the Elder Courtyard has been. However, he found Wu Keiming and followed him inside a mountain cave. Is my eldest martial nephew living inside this bear cave? Chun Xiang looked around. Young martial uncle, rest assured. He will soon change his living S.P.A.C. Wu Keiming laughed. Why? If you know where he lives, then you would make him call you martial uncle every day. He would certainly be unhappy. Wu Keiming said while laughing. Chen Xiang stuck his tongue out as the seemingly young and handsome Gu Dongchen walked out from a stone room. After looking at Chen Xiang, he was secretly sad in his heart, but still respectfully saluted, young martial uncle. Good. Chen Xiang laughed. The extreme martial sect's dean was treated like this, making him happy. Meanwhile, Gu Dongchen had a bitter smile on his face. Okay, no more nonsense. Do you know about the matter with Black Tortoise Mountain? Chun Xiang said, my teacher transmitted to me a moment ago and told me to remind you. Gu Dongchen, with a dignified look, nodded his head. Of course I know. A few days ago, the true martial sect and the beast martial sect came here just for this matter. Wu Keiming said, the beast martial sect and the true martial sect intend to join forces and S.N.A.T.C. the black tortoise adamantal armor. However, their strength is not good as ours, which is why they could only come and try to start a war with us. That way they can stall us in disarray. This would have allowed their people to enter the Black Tortoise Mountain. However, their plan wasn't successful, and we did not declare a full-scale war with them. What if they fight over it? Qin Xiang asked. They would not dare. At that time, not only would only those two sects would be present, the 5 major devil sects and other sects would also be there. Furthermore, martial artists from their side would need to stall us over, so that their people can seize the black tortoise adamantly armor. Gu Dongchen sighed in helplessness. 10,000 years ago, Huang Jitian personally slayed the dean of the beast martial sect, deterring other sections. This was why the extreme martial sect was able to keep the black tortoise adamantal armor. Looking at it, there is no need to wait a few days. They probably have released the information, and the matter about the Black Tortoise Mountain should have spread out far. Wu Keiming said. Chun Xiang could foresee a great battle between strong martial artists happening outside the Black Tortoise Mountain. There would be a great fight between the dean-level figures. Chun Xiang, I have a special way to enter the mysterious realm. You can go in even before the entrance of the mysterious realm is open. Long Shui proudly said with a smile. As long as you give me 10 building foundation dawn, I promise to help you. Good girl, if you can help me, I'll give them to you. Chun Xiang was pleasantly surprised in his heart and quickly agreed. Long Shui was a dragon at time of her birth. She had inherited many things from her parents. That's why. Chun Xiang too believed what she said was true. Chun Xiang saw that his 2 martial nephew had an appearance of facing death with equanimity. He stood up, with both hands behind his back. With the bearing of a senior, Chen Xiang sighed and said, both of you don't need to worry about this. Anyhow, I'm still your martial uncle. My teacher was once the dean of the extreme martial sect. Leave this matter to me. I'll go and retrieve the black tortoise adamantal armor so that it will not fall into wicked hands. Just you? Wu Keiming's voice was filled with disbelief. Brat, don't play jokes. When the mysterious realm of the Black Tortoise Mountain opens, many martial artists would enter. Not just major sect deans, there will be countless elder-level figures. Like you, there will be many other true martial realm martial artists. Gu Dongchen retorted. Call me martial uncle. Qin Xiang pursed his lips and pretended to scold them. Yes, young martial uncle. Gu Dongchen had a helpless look on his face. Qin Xiang mischievously smiled, said, Do you want to make a bet with me? If I can obtain the Black Tortoise adamantal armor, both of you will help me capture Elder Dan and rip off her mask. Both Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming were surprised for a moment. From Qin Xiang's appearance, it was now evident to both of them that their young martial uncle was not joking with them, even a bit. However, this request from Qin Xiang was just too much of a surprise to them. Do not count on them. Even if they were to join forces, they could not subdue me. I am also going to Black Tortoise Mountain. Elder Dan suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang, sending chills down his spine. Young martial uncle, do you really have a way to obtain the Black Tortoise adamantal armor? Elder Dan asked. If it was before, she definitely wouldn't believe him. But now, no matter how much she was unwilling to believe him, she would always have a little bit of faith in his words. If I get hold of it, are you going to take off your mask and let me look at your true appearance? Qin Xiang laughed. Fall into the moat and you'll be wiser next time asterisk. Elder Dan would not fall for Qin Xiang tricks this time around. TLN, one only learns from one's mistakes. I believe in young martial uncle's ability. You can definitely do it. Elder Dan replied. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming both took a glance at each other. Looking at the scene in front of them, the relation between Qin Xiang and Elder Dan seemed to be good. Young martial uncle. If you can do that, it would be the best case scenario. However, how are you going to do it? Gu Dongchen asked. I have to go and take a look at that place first. Qin Xiang replied. In this way, Qin Xiang hastily departed. To Yun Xiao Dao and the others, he told them he got a mission to the Black Tortoise City. For this kind of remote place, Yun Xiao Dao and Zhu Rong were both uninterested. Moreover, they mainly needed to maintain and improve their own network in the extreme martial sect, getting to know more people with good potential who could help them become the patriarch in the future. Chapter 155 Gambling Debt Crisis. Chapter 155 Gambling Debt Crisis. Once Qin Xiang was out of the city, he released the vermilion bird Firewing and quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, he left the extreme martial sect far behind him and soon arrived to a lush green mountain forest. Previously, when Qin Xiang went to find Yun Xiao Dao and others, he came to learn the bounty on his head had once again gone up. It was now actually 500,000 crystal stones. Furthermore, the true marital sect was also offering a reward for him. It was on the grounds that, during the exchange between the true martial sect and extreme martial sect, Qin Xiang had crippled a true martial realm disciple. Someday I will let these guys know how stupid their actions are, Qin Xiang ruthlessly said in his heart. Suddenly, he felt some undulations in the air behind him. Although they were very weak, he was able to sense it using his powerful divine sense. An instant later, his body took a fierce dive, and he quickly descended from extremely high alt. 1 toots. Just as he fell on the ground, an explosive sound reverberated high in the sky. This undulation of chi waves shook the ground and split the earth. A large piece of beautiful Sierra was instantly obliterated. It was an attack. Qin Xiang looked at the tyrannical, true chi vibrations above him. In his heart, he was absolutely terrified. If he was just a little bit slower, he definitely would have been turned into powder. He didn't expect someone so powerful to actually launch a sneak attack on him. Moreover, there were 2 of them. He knew because 2 vast true chis rushed from 2 different directions and suddenly collided into each other. North, be careful, Long Shui warned him. Qin Xiang took out the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade. Qin Xiang's Azure Dragon True Chi was getting more and more intrepid, while the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was getting more and more heavy. At this moment, it was already 300,000 Jin. However, in his hands, it didn't feel heavy at all. Only when he was attacking would he pour the azure dragon true chi into the azure dragon slaughtering blade, which in turn respond by instantly become many times heavier, catching his opponents off guard. Second level of the true martial realm found him. Qin Xiang stared behind a mound far away from him. In his heart, he secretly sneered. He had completely not expected the moment he left the extreme martial sect he would be attacked. Besides, the enemy's concealing methods were also brilliant. Qin Xiang guessed that they must have powerful spirit runes. However, along with the attack they launched previously, the spirit runes became ineffective. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared as dangerous aura approached towards him. Qin Xiang immediately lifted up his blade horizontally to parry, only to hear a dang sound soon after, as his calves were pushed down into the soil. Qin Xiang was able to see who attacked him. It was a man wearing full-bodied iron armor, with an iron mask on his face. He gave off a very strange true chi, giving an impression of emptiness, yet also extremely powerful. That man was also surprised for a moment. He had not expected Qin Xiang, who just entered true martial realm, to actually be able to resist his full force attack with just a blade. Qin Xiang looked at the opposing figure's weapon. There was an extra gap on the blade. It was a rather good level 7 spirit weapon. However, now that it was ruined, that man's whole body was trembling in anger. Qin Xiang brandished his blade and was ready to take a leap, but he suddenly sensed someone else attacking him from behind. A sharp giant axe was hurling towards him, giving off terrifying power as it teared through the air. Like a thunderbolt, the axe was heading straight towards the back of Qin Xiang's head. That axe was carrying a fearsome power. It seemed the attacker had used his full power, exactly like the blade below Qin Xiang, just stopped a moment ago, and it was also very fast. That blow could have chopped a large mountain in half. It flew towards Qin Xiang, but its target suddenly burst open, transforming into mist. Both the enemies were shocked. Neither of them had expected such a thing to happen. They weren't originally planning to completely erase Qin Xiang's corpse. Otherwise, how are they going to collect the bounty? Qin Xiang had once again casted the water mirror technique, the very instant he finished transforming the mist into an identical virtual body. He left with super fast speed. Qin Xiang was now high up in the sky, sneering while he looked down on those two men below. Although he was in the first level of true martial realm, with the fusion of the 5-element true chi within his body, together with the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, and body in the second level of true martial realm was his match. Qin Xiang started pouring a large amount of azure dragon true chi into the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. After that moment of effort, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade suddenly became good few 10,000 Jin heavy. Qin Xiang dived like a shooting star descending from S.P.A.C. fast and fierce, accompanied with an extremely powerful chop of the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. He directly cut that man with the iron mask in two, while drawing a deep ravine on the ground. Qin Xiang didn't hold back in this attack. The opposing party had 2 second level of true marital realm martial artists. If they were to both join hands, then they would definitely become a threat to him. Qin Xiang's lightning quick attack scared the S.H.I.+T out of the other killer. Neither of them had expected someone who just entered in true martial realm would actually be so formidable. According to common sense, there is a vast gap between the first level and the second level of the true marital realm. It was extremely difficult to defeat a second level true martial realm martial artist with the power of the first level, unless it was someone with vastly superior spiritual vein. This was because, in order to enter the second level, one needed to compress far more true chi compared with first level. After Qin Xiang cleanly killed one of them, he once again disappeared. If someone didn't have particularly strong divine sense, it would be very difficult to find Chen Xiang's presence. The remaining killer's heart was palpitating. He hastily looked all around, as he suddenly felt danger approaching. Although he was able to sense the attack, it was too late for him to resist the attack. He had no clue where Chen Xiang was going to attack from, but the killer still randomly waved the broadsword in his hand. Ah! That killer let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was cleanly chopped off from the shoulder by Chen Xiang. The killer looked at ground. His chopped arm was still holding the blade. In his heart, he was horrified as he tried to force himself to calm down. However, at this time he only saw an azure light flash before him before feeling a pain coming from his chest. He felt as if everything inside his upper body had been smashed with a hammer. Chen Xiang had just used the blade's body, which weighed a couple of tens of thousand genes, to smack the killer's chest. This kind of fierce impact directly caused the killer to be seriously injured as he flew into a distant hill from the blow. Chen Xiang flew over. That killer had already set out, but he was only seriously injured, not dead. Chen Xiang placed his hand on the killer's head and poured his divine sense in, before asking, "Who sent you?" "Elder Lu." That killer's voice was weak and devoid of any emotion. In other words, you're both extreme martial sect disciples. Chen Xiang once again asked. His complexion became very gloomy. "No, we're Lu family members." Chen Xiang didn't ask anything else. He immediately blasted a palm towards the killer's head, killing him. "Elder Lu." "Good. Lu family of Herb King Mountain actually tried to kill me because they didn't want to pay the ante." Chen Xiang sneered. Elder Lu was a member of the Elder Courtyard. He was in the 9th level of the true martial realm and usually dealt with the matters of the outer courtyard employees. Truly worthy of a Lu family member. After Chen Xiang won against Lu Zhengnan, he still had not received the ante. 3 building foundation dawn and a 9 sun flames fruit were very precious. The Lu family could not bear to give these precious things to Chen Xiang. However, if Chen Xiang was killed, no one would be going to demand anything from them. Chen Xiang had already antic. 1. P. aided such actions from the Lu family, but he had decided to wait until he returned from the Black Tortoise Mountain. Then he would go find Lu Jingnan and settle the account. The other party already had intentions to kill in their hearts and was almost successful. Even if Chen Xiang didn't want those 3 building foundation dawn and the 9 sun flame fruit, he still needed to vent out the unpleasantness in his heart. "Elder Lu, just you wait." Chen Xiang's voice was absolutely ruthless. Chapter 156, Man-Eating Griffin. Chapter 156, Man-Eating Griffin. Black Tortoise Adamantal Armor was a brilliant level armor. It specialized in defense, specifically how even Su Meiyao didn't have much knowledge of it. In other words, it would absolutely not be too bad, or else it would have not been called divine weapon. Chen Xiang certainly wanted this black tortoise adamantal armor. It would give him an extra layer of protection, and even if he encountered a sneak attack, just relying on this strong divine armor, he would be able to resist majority of the power. Chenwu mainland was very big, and Extreme Martial Province was also one of the largest provinces of the Chenwu mainland. Even if his speed had increased after reaching the true martial realm, he still needed to fly for 3 days straight just to reach the Black Tortoise Mountain from the Extreme Martial Sect. If it was in the past, he would need a total of 10 days. Chen Xiang reckoned the 2 killers from before must have used some special flying spirit weapon to catch him. However, he didn't find any. Roar! Roar! Chen Xiang suddenly heard roars coming one after another from behind. He turned his head to look. Then he saw a long black lion with black wings quickly flying straight towards him. Man-Eating Griffin. It's a spirit beast. Chen Xiang, be careful. This guy is not only extremely fast, but it is also very strong. Su Meiyao hastily exhorted. Chen Xiang had read a book about demon beasts, and in it, these kind of spirit beasts were described in detail. Spirit beasts were also species of demon beasts, but their strength was comparable to true martial realm martial artists. They have their own wisdom and could self-cultivate, thereby elevating their own strength. Under ordinary circumstances, as long as the humankind had not provoked the spirit beasts, it would not attack the humankind. However, the man-eating griffin was specialized in hunting humankind. Many 9th or 10th level of mortal martial realm martial artists would have become its cuisine. Grade 1 spirit beast. You don't need to be too scared. This guy should have been raised by someone. Those 2 killers from before might have arrived by riding this guy. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang was surprised. Raising this kind of spirit beast was forbidden, because this man-eating griffin would only eat humans to grow, and Lu family was actually breeding this kind of spirit beast. Now, Qin Xiang knew the Lu family was anything but good. Qin Xiang flew towards the ground. He was planning to butcher this man-eating griffin. To his surprise, just as his feet were about to touch the ground, that man-eating griffin sped up. Its foul mouth spewed out a dark gray wind aura, with bursts of death chi one after another. It was very frightening. Qin Xiang's reaction was very swift. He leaned his body and dodged. At the same time, he took out the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade, poured Azure Dragon true chi in it, and in turn the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade lit up. Its huge and domineering blade body suddenly burst out with a dense azure aura, while a dragon roar accompanied with a powerful chi roared out. The man-eating griffin at the other end shook and retreated a few steps. What made Qin Xiang scared was the fact that although that dark gray wind aura spewed out by the man-eating griffin didn't struck him, it had still blown towards the trees behind him. These trees at the same time were like candles baked in fire. They were slowly melting. That dark gray wind was actually carrying such an intense, corrosive capability. The man-eating griffin was just a little scared because of the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade. But in no time, it overcame its fear, facing Qin Xiang. It once again let out a mad howl, this time from its mouth, where an even darker gray wind spewed out, which was like a tide surged towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang bounced up, his body directly entering high into the clouds, escaping that violent and surging, terrifying, poisonous aura. Holding the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade, Qin Xiang poured in more of the Azure Dragon true chi, and the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade suddenly weighed few tens of thousands of ji more. From the sky, Qin Xiang quickly dove down. Qin Xiang, facing the man-eating griffin at the other end, opened his mouth and issued a roar and launched an Azure Dragon roar. Intense wind and lightning from the sky directly fell, like a terrifying lightning hacking down from the 9th heaven, thunderously struck on the man-eating griffin's body, making the man-eating griffin let out a painful roar. At the same time, Qin Xiang slashed using the heavy blade, chopping down on the man-eating griffin's body, cutting it into 2. Qin Xiang let out a deep breath. Looking at the melted forest, he still held a lingering fear in his heart. If that dark gray wind aura had struck him, he would definitely not feel any better. Qin Xiang, holding the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade, fiddled with the man-eating griffin's corpse. This man-eating griffin was slowly melting. Since Qin Xiang had slashed its poisonous pouch a moment ago, that was the cause of all this. Grade 1 spirit beast's bones and muscles were very strong, but now it still could not withstand the corrosion of that poisonous aura. However, after the man-eating griffin had melted, it still left a green gem as big as an egg. That turquoise-like round stone was very pretty, circulating with a green glint one after another. One could clearly see a liquid-like thing exuding an aura at its core. That is a spirit beast monster, Dan. I want to eat. Long Shui gulped, shouting out in excitement. Qin Xiang's robust body quivered. In his heart, he was rejoicing. Spirit beast monster, Dan. This was a very valuable stuff. It contained a lot of life essence and pure true chi. If it was added during the alchemy, the quality in the end would be much better. Besides, it was also a necessary material for refining the building foundation Dan. However, Qin Xiang, while refining the building foundation Dan before, had not used the 1,000-year beast Dan. It was exactly an ordinary demon beast's monster Dan, and this spirit beast monster Dan was something he had never seen before. Out of 1,000 grade 10 demon beast, only one would be capable of having a monster Dan, and out of 10,000 grade, one spirit beast, only a spirit beast would have it. A demon beast who had a monster Dan would have a great room for growth. To put it simply, they could cultivate and enhance their own strength. This man-eating griffin could eat 9th level and 10th level of mortal martial realm martial artists. It would be strange if it didn't congeal a monster Dan. Bai Yu said, but without the engulfing devil skill, it couldn't absorb completely. Engulfing devil skill. Chun Xiang remembered he hadn't used this skill for a long time. Only as a last resort, he wouldn't want to use this devil skill. Bai Yu had also told him so. He shouldn't use it except when he encountered a very wicked person. Chun Xiang released his true qi, removed the poisonous aura around that monster Dan, and afterwards he picked it up with his own hands, feeling the large amount of power inside it. And someone. Chun Xiang raised his head and looked up. Then he saw 3 men riding on long swords quickly darting over. They flew over from a high alt. 1, 2. All 3 were handsome young men, wearing the same white upper gown. It was clear that all 3 of them were from the same sect. Furthermore, all 3 of them were at the first level of true martial realm. The breath they were releasing was also very pure. When those 3 descended, they saw the damaged forest all around and immediately knew a great battle had just occurred here. However, their line of sight fell on the egg-sized monster Dan in Chun Xiang's hand. Seeing this monster Dan, a greedy aura immediately flashed through their eyes. They could not wait to H it immediately. Chun Xiang quickly put away the monster Dan and turned around to leave. He didn't want to complicate the matter. Brat, did you kill the man-eating griffin before? A relatively short but very strong man coldly asked. Yes. Chun Xiang truthfully answered. We are from the free immortal sea. If you're sensible, obediently give that monster Dan. We have already marked that man-eating griffin as our prey. That man said in a threatening tone. Chun Xiang turned around and saw all 3 of them had a completely malicious look, as if they were threatening him. If I don't give you, what will happen? Chun Xiang dismissively asked. That man loudly laughed in a threatening tone. Then, with a completely ferocious look, said in a threatening tone, If you do not give, you will die. Just as the die word fell, Chun Xiang's footsteps were like lightning as he flew in the sky. At the same time, he released an extremely terrifying slaughter chi. He acted very fiercely. An extremely frightening aura coursed through one of his arms, transforming into a sharp and huge azure dragon claw. Like a lightning flash, plussing out from the sky, it clawed towards that stocky man who had just spoken, and in just a blink of an eye, that man's upper body transformed into a BL. Oh, why missed? Chapter 157 Reunion. Chapter 157 Reunion. You. A man had a completely panicked expression. He was unable to speak. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so strong, calm, and collected, and instantly be able to kill those whose strength was equivalent to his. We're from the free immortal sea. Even the likes of a super-grade martial art sect, such as the extreme martial sect, would hesitate. For you to do such a... That man didn't even finish his sentence before Chun Xiang's azure dragon claw cleaved this man into a mist of blood with lightning speed. You want to grab my monster Dan. If I don't give it, you would have killed me. I want to keep my monster Dan. I could only kill you. Chun Xiang, facing the last disciple, coldly said. When Chun Xiang killed the first person, they were mind-boggled in fear. All of them were in the true martial realm, but it was still insufficient. In just one move, one of them was killed. Imagine how strong their opponent was. That man suddenly took out a spirit rune, and in blink of an eye it was burning up, transforming into ash. That man madly laughed and exclaimed, You are finished! Those spirit runes have already recorded your appearance and transmitted it to the free immortal sea. Humph! Chun Xiang coldly snorted. He injected an invisible chi aura on his fingertip and waved it towards that man's neck. His head was cleanly chopped like it was from a slash of a sharp sword. Anyone trying to kill him, Chun Xiang would never show any mercy. Chun Xiang picked up their respective storage pouches. To Chun Xiang's surprise, he found many crystal stones inside each storage pouch. Each of them had possessed hundreds upon thousands of crystal stones, along with a couple of true elemental dawn. However, what made Chun Xiang most excited was the spirit runes inside those storage pouches. These spirit runes were very different from those spirit runes ordinarily sold in the common market. Chun Xiang had never seen these kind of spirit runes before. 5 spirit runes, all of them look marvelous. Chun Xiang didn't know what effect each spirit runes had, and he didn't dare to randomly use them. He could only keep them at the moment. TLN, these spirit runes are inscribed on a sheet of paper. I just wanted to mention so you can get an idea. 3 level, 6 spirit weapons. These guys should not have a weak background. I wonder what kind of existence this free immortal sea is. Chun Xiang had never heard of this happy immortal sea. Neither has Su Meiyao or Bai Yuyu. Is it a new rising sect? That guy had also said before that even the extreme martial sect would hesitate to act against them. Su Meiyao suggested. Chun Xiang shook his head before burning the 2 corpses and flying off into the sky, back on his way towards the Black Tortoise Mountain. As Chun Xiang flew through the sky, he saw groups of people on the ground rust, ing towards the same destination, Black Tortoise Mountain. He knew it was the true martial sect and beast martial sect who had released the information about Black Tortoise Mountain, resulting in the surge of interested individuals. There were some disciples from the true martial sect and beast martial sect. However, they all had to be extremely careful. If they were found out by the extreme martial sect, they would be arrested on the spot. This was because the extreme martial sect had said down an order that neither sect's disciples were allowed to enter the extreme martial province. Chun Xiang arrived at the Black Tortoise City much earlier than the others, but the citizens of this city also knew about the Black Tortoise Mountain. Chun Xiang reckoned that the disciples of both the true martial sect and the beast martial sect must be stationed here. Once they got the opportunity, they released the information, resulting in the rush of most martial artists inhabiting the extreme martial province. According to Long Shuai, she had a way to enter the Black Tortoise mysterious realm before its entrance was open. This was why Chun Xiang didn't intend to stay in the city. However, when he was seeing a seemingly 3-floored high, iron-built, ordinary store, Long Shuai suddenly exclaimed, "Impressive! There is a very powerful guy in here. His strength is almost same as your martial nephew's and martial niece." Long Shuai exclaimed in a tender and sweet voice. Chun Xiang glanced at that store. He found out that this store was specialized in selling weapons and armors. It was called the Divine Weapon Store. With just a glance, he knew this was a branch from the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. The Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire had always taken a neutral stance, which was why they were capable of opening their stores in every city of the Chimu mainland. The disciples from the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire were also overflowing with wealth. Is it the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire? Chun Xiang was shocked in his heart. He came to learn from Gu Dongqin that many deans wanted to get their hands on the Black Tortoise adamantal armor. Thinking of that peerless beauty that could make others ashamed of themselves, as they didn't dare to stare at her intently, Chun Xiang held antic. Asian towards meeting her again. He had already seen the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire once, and could not remove the Empress's face from his mind. After entering the extreme martial sect, Chun Xiang, coursing through many books, came to learn the name of the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. It was a very pleasant name, Lu Menger. It was very difficult for others to think that such a lofty Empress of the Heavenly Empire would have such a tender name. TLN could lead to. If the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire is here, Then maybe Xue Xianxian has also come. Chen Xiang shouted in his heart before entering the store. After walking into the store, he immediately sensed a good few powerful divine senses sweeping through him. So many elders of the divine Weapon Heaven Empire had actually come. Chen Xiang was extremely shocked. Before, he had heard from Su Meiyao that Lu Menjie was in possession of one of the divine weapon of the four symbols, the vermilion bird divine weapon. If one didn't cultivate the divine exercise of the four symbols, then the respective divine weapons of the four symbols could not be used. This was why Lu Menjie wasn't able to use the vermilion bird divine weapon. Chen Xiang has come to greet the senior. Chen Xiang, using his divine sense, created his voice and transmitted it out. He knew if Lu Menjie was here, she would definitely meet him. Come up. Chen Xiang heard a gentle, enchanting, and slightly majestic voice. Hearing this voice, Chen Xiang's heart could not help but be moved. Chen Xiang headed up the stairs. Although the stairs were guarded, he was not stopped. The guards only looked at Chen Xiang with a respectful light in their eyes, because they were ordered to allow Chen Xiang to go up. Anyone summoned by their empress was definitely not an ordinary person. Chen Xiang just arrived at the top floor when a pleasant and sweet fragrance wafted into his nose. Chen Xiang suddenly felt relaxed and happy. He greedily sucked in a few breaths. After passing through a pink gauze, he came to a unique small hall. Brother Xiang. Chen Xiang just heard a voice and was instantly enchanted. He had missed the sound of this voice so much. This was the voice of Xue Xianxian. A white silhouette filled his view. A girl wearing a snow-white dress appeared in front of Chen Xiang. Xue Xianxian was now grown up, even more beautiful than ever, delicate and pretty combined with an otherworldly mature charm. Every move of hers was enchanting and charming, moving anyone's heart. Chen Xiang had not felt satisfied seeing enough of that beautiful face before Xue Xianxian plunged herself into Chen Xiang's chest, cuddling his thick waist. Chen Xiang also hugged Xue Xianxian's soft waist and kissed her jade-like smooth cheeks. He could feel her cheeks becoming hot with a tint of red on her cheeks. Somehow, she appeared to be even more charming and moving in this moment they shared together. "Little girl, you've grown a lot." Chen Xiang nastily chuckled. Afterwards, he glanced at Xue Xianxian's towering chest, resulting in Xue Xianxian tenderly spitting at him again and again. "Brother Xiang, you've turned bad." Although Xue Xianxian said so, both of her eyes were fixed on that angular and handsome face of Chen Xiang. After experiencing many things, Chen Xiang had become even more mature. Although he was wearing common garbs, it still didn't conceal that strange charm only he possessed. Once again, Chen Xiang met his fairy-like fiancée. He was very happy. Even when he had broken through to the true martial realm, successfully refined the building foundation dan, or obtained the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, he was never this happy. Xue Xianxian had accompanied him throughout his childhood when everyone else had despised him. She also had a similar childhood, and when they were both being excluded, when both of them were still weak, they stuck together and encouraged one another. Xue Xianxian stroked Chen Xiang's hair. He responded by stroking her elegant and gorgeous hair in turn. Staring at that gentle, lively, and beautiful eyes of hers, Chen Xiang was very happy and satisfied in his heart. Even though she was only officially his fiancée, in his heart she was his wife. Both of them were showing their deep affections towards one another. As they were closely embracing each other, knowingly or unknowingly, both of their lips closed together as their tongues awkwardly intertwined. They were separated for a few years, but now they could warmly kiss one another. Another to come. Chapter 158, Empress Tenderness. Chapter 158, Empress Tenderness. After a short moment, a gentle, soft, and pretty voice interrupted them. "Cough, cough! Close enough." Xue Xianxian's pretty face became bright red. As her head was buried in Chen Xiang's chest, she completely forgot her teacher was still here. Qin Xiang just mischievously smiled, caressed Xue Xianxian's cheeks, and then faced the beauty that walked out from the gauze, saying, H.E.L. Lo Senior. Lu Menger was also very beautiful, wearing a magnificent dachi, dress with an empress's aura, that stunning decorum, that elegant and blee-bearing, made others feel ashamed of themselves, and did not dare to intently stare at her. TLN, dachi dress as close to a knee-length Chong Sam. Lu Menger lightly smiled, yet that slight smile was extremely captivating. Only you, little brat, would dare to embrace my apprentice and simultaneously salute me. It's no wonder you have created so many disturbance at such a young age. Qin Xiang could not help but blush and release Xue Xianxian, foolishly laughed, and said, Senior, thanks a lot for taking care of Xue Xianxian for these past few years. This little girl didn't give you too much trouble, did she? Don't just judge solely on her appearance. In fact, she is very naughty. Xue Xianxian stuck her tongue out and gave a blank stare towards Qin Xiang. Lu Menger chuckled and said, Contrary to what you think, she did not give me any trouble. However, if you were my apprentice, you would truly give me a headache. There is a reason why you currently don't have a teacher. Since I helped you take care of your little wife, how are you going to repay me? Lu Menger teased, while she had a gentle and enchanting smile on her face. This made Xue Xianxian sigh in relief in her heart, because she knew this empress teacher of hers would always have a straight face when facing others. When she was talking or listening to others, she would always have an air full of majesty. It would be very difficult to see Lu Menger talking with others with such a jovial atmosphere. Qin Xiang had a teacher, however. It's just that this teacher of his would stir up even more trouble compared to him. To escape the backlash, his teacher actually didn't hesitate to stay in that sinkhole for more than 1,000 years. I'm now a level 4 alchemist. However, I can also refine the building foundation, Dan. Senior, if there is anything you need, no matter what, please tell me. Qin Xiang proudly smiled. Oh, Lu Menger's beautiful face of her could not help but reveal a surprised look. Is it true? Can you refine the building foundation, Dan? Xue Xianxian held some doubt, but when she saw that confident look on Qin Xiang's face, all her doubts disappeared and she immediately believed him. She held a lot of trust in her beloved. Brother Xiang, you're impressive. You truly did not let me down. Xue Xianxian's face was filled with pride. She lightly squeezed Qin Xiang's arm and lightly laughed. Qin Xiang was a level 4 alchemist. This was the first time Lu Menger ever heard of this, because Qin Xiang was her apprentice's spouse, and Xue Xianxian had won her deep affection. Furthermore, she was also her sole apprentice. This was why Lu Menger was very concerned about Qin Xiang's future. Qin Xiang didn't disappoint Lu Menger, but, contrary to her expectations, Qin Xiang had also provoked many troubles which lead her to worry a little. However, she could see it clearly that Qin Xiang was well protected by the elder courtyard of the extreme martial sect. Brother Xiang, thank you making Elder Dan. Send me the building foundation, Dan. Xue Xianxian whispered. Currently she had so much to say to Qin Xiang, however, her teacher was also here, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. As said, Qin Xiang squeezed her nose and mischievously laughed. I also have a few more here. Take them! While speaking, Qin Xiang took out 4 building foundation don and handed them over to Xue Xianxian. Qin Xiang said he would give. He gave without any hesitation. Furthermore, it was 4 building foundation don. Both Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian could not help but be surprised. Looking at those 4 building foundation don, Xue Xianxian felt warmth in her heart. She slightly smiled and said, Brother Xiang, you keep them for yourself. I do not need it now. Oh, right. I heard you also have a sworn sister. If you don't need them, you should give them to her. Qin Xiang already wanted to find Lung Yulan. It's just that Icewind Valley was very far away. Moreover, he didn't have any way to contact Lung Yulan. I'll go to Icewind Valley sometime soon. If you really want to give these building foundation dawn to that white-haired beauty, then you might as well give them to me. It's not that easy to reach the Icewind Valley. If there is no one to lead the way, it is a very difficult journey. Lu Menjur said. Chun Xiang nodded his head and placed those 4 building foundation dawn inside a box and handed that to Lu Menjur. Then I'll trouble Senior. Chun Xiang, somewhat embarrassed, singly said. Lu Menjur slightly smiled. Don't mention it. If I come to find you to refine building foundation dawn in the future, you absolutely cannot refuse me. How is this possible? Sister Menjur is so good to Xian Xian and also looks so beautiful. It would be very difficult to refuse you. Chun Xiang shamelessly said with a smile. Shui Xian Xian tenderly spat in anger, and Lu Menjur's smile became even more beautiful and touching. Brat, you really have a sweet tongue. No wonder Xian Xian, this little girl, fell in love with you. Sister Menjur, didn't you also come here for the black tortoise adamantal armor? Chun Xiang asked. Chun Xiang no longer called her senior, instead called her Sister Menjur, and Lu Menjur didn't refuse. This was because it was the first time she heard someone call her as such, and she found a strange joy in the tea. Tli. And did you also come for this? Shouldn't you have followed Gu Dongchen? It would have been somewhat safer, especially when the entrances is going to open. While talking about this matter, Lu Menjur's complexion became serious. Chun Xiang let out a light sigh, said, The black tortoise adamantal armor. This thing had made Dean and others very upset. It's as if they're facing a major disaster. I just came ahead of time to take a look. Shui Xian Xian held Chun Xiang's hands and whispered, Brother Xiang, how about you come with us? This way, it would be somewhat safer. Besides, when Dean Gu and others arrive, they would have to face provocation of many people. They would not be able to take care of you. Furthermore, you are also a thorn in the eyes of the true martial sect and beast martial sect. Lu Menjur also nodded in agreement. Together with us, no one is going to obstruct our path. My strength is not any worse than Gu Dongchen's. In other words, Sister Menjur, you also want to obtain the black tortoise adamantal armor. Chun Xiang stared at that peerless face. And that is nothing. In short, this thing should never fall into the hands of the Devil Path sects. However, since ancient times, the true martial sect and the beast martial sect have leaned towards evil, which is why your extreme martial sect is like an embankment to them. Lu Menjur nodded her head. She leisurely sat on a chair and directed a cup of tea toward Chun Xiang. Don't just stand there. Come on and drink. Lu Menjur sweetly smiled. Could have the divine weapon Heavenly Empire's Empress to give him a cup of tea. Chun Xiang was slightly excited in his heart. At this time, Shui Xian Xian took his hand, came to the table and sat down beside him. Brother Xiang, this tea was prepared by me. Try it. Shui Xian Xian said with a sweet smile as she handed a cup of tea to Chun Xiang. As he took a sip, a raphrez. Plussing feelings surged throughout his heart. Chun Xiang could not help but endlessly praise this cup of tea. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you, this naughty little fairy, to actually have this kind skill. No wonder Sister Menjur is beside you every day. I'm not just naughty. Shui Xian Xian stuck her tongue out. She mischievously smiled and said, I learned this naughtiness by following you. Looking at this young couple flirting, Lu Menjur also smiled. However, when she looked at Chun Xiang, a strange aura flashed through her pretty eyes. Lu Menjur departed, allowing Chun Xiang and Shui Xiang to have some time alone. Chun Xiang and Shui Xian Xian had a lot to talk about. Both of them started recounting what they experienced in these years apart. Another to come. Chapter 159, Foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. Chapter 159, Foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. Chun Xiang discovered that Shui Xian Xian was very strong. In fact, she was even a lot stronger than him. She was actually in the 3rd level of the true martial realm. This made him secretly sigh in surprise. Nightfall. Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian were cuddled together in the little hall. Xue Xianxian's face was filled with sadness. She asked with some disappointment, "Brother Xiang, are you truly not going to enter the Black Tortoise realm with us?" Qin Xiang nodded his head. With a serious complexion, "Xianxian, for now. I can't tell you some things. Please forgive me. What I want to do is very important. Each one should walk on their own." Although Xue Xianxian was worried, she truly understood Qin Xiang. She kissed on Qin Xiang's cheeks. "Don't say such things. I just want you to come back safely. Currently, we're very weak. However, I believe in the future we will be standing at the apex of the martial arts world. This is our childhood promise." Qin Xiang, with a pleased smile, once again kissed Xue Xianxian for a moment. Afterwards, he jumped out of the window and walked towards the Black Tortoise Mountain. Black Tortoise Mountain. From afar, it looked like a giant turtle lying on the land. It was an enormous stone mountain. However, at the foothills, many tents were erected. By careful observation, it seems they have been stationed here for a very long time, waiting for the opening of the Black Tortoise mysterious realm. Because this was a mysterious realm, many martial artists had come. While not everyone had rushed for the Black Tortoise adamantal armor, they had still come here for the heaven-bred treasures. As long as it was a mysterious realm, it definitely had rich spirit chi, and many heaven-bred treasures would only be born in a place with a rich spirit chi. As long as they could find and get a relatively higher rank spirit herb, their life might become prosperous. Qin Xiang spread out his divine sense to probe. He found out that majority of the martial artists were in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, and there were also a few in the true martial realm. "Dragon Girl, can't we go in now?" Qin Xiang asked. Although it was currently dark, he could see that there were various sizes of caves on the Black Tortoise Mountain. All of these were leading to a cave entrance inside the Black Tortoise Mountain. Not yet, when there are signs of opening of the mysterious realm. At that time, the power of the mysterious realm will try to break the SPAC. As a result, the SPAC would be very weak. At that time, I could lead you to enter the mysterious realm. Long Xue replied. From nearby, Qin Xiang was observing the Black Tortoise Mountain, looking for an internal Pa-S, sage to enter the Black Tortoise Mountain. A few days Pa-S said more and more people came here by asking. Qin Xiang came to know that in a month, the entrance of the Black Tortoise mysterious realm would open. 10 days passed. Under the enormous Black Tortoise Mountain, there were numerous tents of various sizes. Some were luxurious, some were even humble. Qin Xiang also found the tent of the Divine Weapon Heaven Empire, and he speculated that Lu Menger and Xiu Xianxian should be inside it. Various sects, whether large or small, all of them had arrived, but Qin Xiang didn't see the True Martial Sect, Extreme Martial Sect, and the Beast Martial Sect, these 3 sects' tents. Learning of this, he became somewhat doubtful. In order to show their ident. 1. Tai, when many tents were erected, they would hang their own sect's logo. Maybe both the Beast Martial Sect and the True Martial Sect had already arrived. However, as they are banned from entering the Extreme Martial Province, they cannot appear. That's why they are just hiding in here. While the Extreme Martial Sect, in order to catch them by surprise, are also hiding. Su Meiyao suggested her hypothesis. Qin Xiang also thought the same. Currently, the time of opening the mysterious realm is getting closer and closer. These days, Long Xue, this little greedy dragoness, also rarely spoke. She was seriously probing the weakest location of the SPAC. Qin Xiang was hiding in a cave, overlooking those large and small tents below. He was looking for Gu Dongqin and others. However, he didn't go to find Xue Xianxian. He feared at that time he would be forced to stay by Lu Menger. Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt a very familiar silhouette. He immediately focused his attention, watching at a black, middle-aged man walking out of a tent. The last time Qin Xiang entered the Heavenly Dragon mysterious realm, he came across this bald, middle-aged man. This was a disciple of the Beast Martial Sect. Once any disciple of the Beast Martial Sect and the True Martial Sect appeared in the Extreme Martial Province, all of them needed to be arrested. Last time, This bald man also wanted to kill me. Qin Xiang's heart turned resolute. He jumped out from the cave and walked into the group of tents. Pa-s! Sing crisscross through the group of tents. Qin Xiang appeared in front of that bald middle-aged man. That bald middle-aged man saw someone blocking the road. He was just about to freak out, however, he realized he was shocked in vain. He would remember Qin Xiang's appearance till death. Qin Xiang had killed his junior sister in front of him. Moreover, he had almost killed him. He was also responsible for drawing the portrait of Qin Xiang. This bald middle-aged man was called Zhang Jinming. He was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Qin Xiang had long been asking about him. Beast martial sect's disciple actually dare to appear in the extreme martial province. Qin Xiang sneered and said, all the disciples of the beast martial sect were clearly aware of the recent deeds of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had entered the true martial realm, became a level for alchemist. And when they found out, they were also very shocked. They were even more determined to eliminate Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang is here. After Zhang Jinming recovered his wits, he loudly shouted. At the moment, both the true martial sect and the beast martial sect had offered a reward for Qin Xiang. The total reward amount was as high as 1 million crystal stones. Many people were secretly thinking about it, and if they encountered Qin Xiang, all of them would consider whether or not to attack him. Zhang Jinming's voice was very loud, echoing out throughout the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. It resonated again and again, and after hearing it, many of the martial artists resting inside the tents all came out one by one. Russ. H.I. plus-ing towards the place from where the sound was transmitted. Some of them were thinking about the bounty. Some wanted to see the style of Qin Xiang, and some personally wanted to take a look at Qin Xiang's appearance. I'm sure you'll immediately run away. Qin Xiang had a deadpan look. He clenched both of his fists, as if he was about to act at any moment. Zhang Jinming was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the true martial realm. He was definitely not afraid of this goofball who just entered the true martial realm. Even if his alchemy was better, and even if his reputation was good, in his eyes, Qin Xiang was still weaker. Because of that, he suddenly wanted to reveal Qin Xiang's item. 1. Tie just so he could add some psychological pressure, while at the same time he could hide from the incoming extreme martial sect's disciples. If I were you, I would not seek my own death. Zhang Jinming sneered and said. There were many onlookers around them. He nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Many tents were soon put away. 2 true martial realm were going to start a fight here. Not to mention the tents, even the STU. Our DY houses would be razed to the ground. You are but a disciple of the beast martial sect, as an extreme martial sect's disciples. Once I found any disciples of the beast martial sect, I need to act and arrest them. If you are not going to coordinate, I can only kill you. Qin Xiang lightly said. This made everyone suddenly burst into a waves of boos. An immature little rascal who just entered true martial realm actually dared to casually say that he would kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, and this disappointed many people. They didn't expect the famous legendary figure would turn out to be a braggart who didn't even know the immensity of the heaven. Teacher, are you going to act and help Brother Xiang? Xue Xianxian from afar observed the large crowd. Both she and Lu Menger had their face covered with white muslin as they stood on a hilltop. Rest assured if he encounter any trouble, we don't even need to act. Gu Dongqin and the others hiding would act, even before we do. Lu Menger was also seriously looking at Qin Xiang. Regarding Qin Xiang's deeds, she had only heard about it, but had not personally witnessed it. She also wanted to see what kind of ability this young man possessed. Another may come, doubtful. Chapter 160, Might of Divine Blade. Chapter 160, Might of Divine Blade Zhang Jinming, relying on the strength of the 3rd level of the true martial realm, didn't hold any fear facing Qin Xiang. On the contrary, Zhang Jinming was very excited. Once he killed Qin, not only would the name Zhang Jinming be famous in the Qinwu mainland, he would also get 1 million crystal stones. Chen Xiang is just this. He don't even know the immensity of heaven and earth. He has just entered the true martial realm and is already provoking someone in the 3rd level of true martial realm. I've also heard that he became a true martial realm martial artist by relying on the proud daughter of heavens, Wu Qianqian of extreme martial sect. It seems he luckily rescued her, and as repayment for his help he was given a building foundation dan. Only thought that was he able to break through. A man on the sideline sneered. Chen Xiang fiercely stared at that young man who was talking before, with eyes filled with murderous intentions, coldly asked, "Were you by chance talking about me?" "So what? I'm a martial artist of true martial realm. If you have the BALLS, you're welcome to try." That young man sneered. He was a martial artist of 2nd level of true martial realm. He, too, was fearless of Chen Xiang. The consequences from randomly farting can be deadly. Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, he disappeared from his former location. Suddenly, without any sound, everyone had lost trace of him, being greatly shocked. Chen Xiang suddenly reappeared in front of that young man, with his entire arm SHI plus Ning in a golden aura. It was as if that fist surging with stark, dark, cold slaughter chi had been casted from gold. Thunderously and heavily, he struck that young man's mouth. That fist violently slammed onto that young man's mouth, followed by a thunder-like explosion. Seeing this kind of quick speed, everyone was struck dumb with terror. It was soul-stirring. That young man's mouth was actually completely destroyed. Furthermore, he was spewing out the rest of his blood-covered teeth. The speed and power by which Chen Xiang had suddenly burst forth with shocked all of the onlookers. Although the young man was in 2nd level of the true martial realm, he was unable to mobilize his true chi under this sort of the sudden and quick blow. He simply had no power to resist and suffered the dragon aura fist carrying Chen Xiang's slaughter chi. This punch had carried an extremely heavy momentum. It completely destroyed his opponent's mouth, and it also caused him to be utterly stunned. This brutal assault was still not finished. After that fist blow from Chen Xiang's fell, it was immediately followed by another fist blasting towards his opponent. This time, his fist transformed into a white tiger head. This punch carried tyrannical, true chi with it. After that blow thunderously struck, a shock wave of powerful chi was released with a bang. That thunderous sound caused the ground to slightly tremble. Blow after blow, punch after punch, each of them was violent and ruthless, all of which struck on what little remained of that young man's mouth. The crowd became dumb as wooden chickens. They just looked on, dumbfounded as Chen Xiang continued to beat that young man. In just the short span of few seconds, that young man was beaten until he was no longer recognizably human. The sorry figure had already long fainted on the ground. It was unclear how many blows Chen Xiang landed. "This is the consequence of a random fart," Chen Xiang coldly said. His gaze then swept through each and every onlooker, making everyone feel jitters in their heart. Body could help but retreat a few steps. At this time, none of them dared to even loudly breath. They were worried that they would anger Chen Xiang and would be beaten. Looking at Chen Xiang's brutal actions, Zhang Jinming's heart was jittery. An ordinary 2nd level of true martial realm martial artist was simply no match for Chen Xiang, especially when the opponent was caught off guard. As long as the Chen Xiang was successful in this one surprise attack, it would be fatal. Catching someone off guard, Zhang Jinming also understood this method. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flew like lightning towards Chen Xiang. Zhang Jinming wielded his sword and fiercely slashed downwards, accompanied with an abrupt firelight, followed by a sudden transformation of that long sword into a few good illusions. It seemed as if a huge fire fan was plussing down towards Chen Xiang. Everyone once again immediately back up, because that kind of scorching heat was too hard to bear. This kind of blazing chi aura was very fearsome. Once it appeared, it would release a kind of scorching chi, withering the flowers, and trees around it. Jiang Jinming was secretly proud. He believed that with this move, he would be able to force Qin Xiang into an uphill battle. However, a clang sound soon followed, along with a complete change in Jiang Jinming's complexion. His sword with flames had also disappeared. His body fiercely shook. With shock and anger, he looked at the two pieces of his level 7 spirit weapon. At that moment, Qin Xiang summoned the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade, parrying the incoming chop of that terrifying fire sword. He had no choice but to admit the fact that a single full power blow from a third level of the true martial realm martial artist was truly overbearing. If he hadn't blocked it with the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade, perhaps he would have suffered heavy injuries. Proud fire sword, my proud fire sword. Jiang Jinming looking at the remaining half of his proud fire sword. His face was filled with pain and anger. This proud fire sword of his was ranked 30th among level 7 spirit weapons, which was not bad at all. It was also worth more than thousands upon tens of thousands of crystal stones. He had obtained it through strenuous and painstaking effort. But now all of that hard work was destroyed in an instant. Qin Xiang's Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade, had a rather lackal to appearance, except for it being comparatively large, along with the strange dragon head on the dragon hilt. The weapon was actually rather ordinary. However, this ordinary-looking blade was able to slice a level 7 spirit weapon in half. Many people thought this was the mysterious broadsword Qin Xiang obtained from the Heavenly Dragon Treasure House, a legendary level 9 spirit weapon. Lu Menger's pretty eyes were plus Ning. Her expression became very serious. She was aptly staring at the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade in Qin Xiang's hands. She was the empress of the divine weapon, heavenly weapon, and the #1 refiner in the entire Qinwu mainland. It was obvious to her that the broadsword in Qin Xiang's hands was extraordinary despite its ordinary appearance. Xian, this little husband of yours has obtained an extraordinary item. If there's an opportunity, could I borrow it and take a look? Lu Menger's voice was full of excitement. It was as if she had seen a heavenly treasure. She was a refiner and was very interested in these sort of things. Brother Xiang is truly formidable. Maybe even I cannot defeat him. Xue Xianxian's happy face was completely red, but she was very interested in exchanging pointers with Qin Xiang. The Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blades, weight slowly changed. Only the wielder of this blade would be less affected by its weight, while everyone else would be subjected to its immense weight. Qin Xiang estimated that the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade now weighed around 500,000 genes, but he only felt like it weighed 5,000 genes. If his true chi was not supporting the ground, he would have already sunk into the earth. Qin Xiang, today I'll definitely kill you. You actually destroyed my proud fire sword. Jiang Jinming had a look full of resentment. At the same time, he was also greedily looking at the broadsword in Qin Xiang's hands. The instant Jiang Jinming's words fell, the Azure Dragon slaughtered Devil Blade in Qin Xiang's hands suddenly emitted a bright flash. Many could not help but close their eyes in the face of this dazzling azure light. It was accompanied by a similar azure light coming from Qin Xiang. With lightning speed, Qin Xiang leapt into the air, brandis, plussing his huge blade as he slashed down toward Jiang Jinming. Although Jiang Jinming felt stabbing pain in his eyes, using his divine sense, he could still discern the direction Qin Xiang's attack. Besides, Jiang Jinming had already used his true qi to create a strong qi barrier that surrounded his entire body. However, Qin Xiang's Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade swept away all obstacles. Weighing a few hundreds of thousands of genes after the enhancement of the Azure Dragon true qi, it was filled with even more terrifying might. Even if it was a martial artist in 5th level of the true martial realm, they would not dare to casually connect with this fierce blade strike. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds resounded. Suddenly the ground was shaking as the weaker part of the foot of Black Tortoise Mountains was heaving up and down. Many of the nearby tents were destroyed, and a deep pit was formed where Qinxiang and Zhang Jinming formerly stood. Under the influence of the powerful shock waves, the stones and soil had been sent flying in all directions. Many people fell on their heads. As the people close to the battlefield were blown far away, everyone felt apprehensive. Zhang Jinming had disappeared. Only Qinxiang, armed with his broadsword, was left standing in the deep pit. However, everyone noticed a few rags at the bottom of the deep pit. Chapter 161. Awakening of Divine Armor. Chapter 161. Awakening of Divine Armor. Qinxiang, wielding his azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, jumped up. He stared coldly at the onlookers and firmly stated, "My Qinxiang's head is right here. If you got the BALLS, try and come take it." Everyone looked on at Qinxiang. They were all silent and could not help but feel chills run down their spine. Currently, it was very difficult for all of them to even breathe under Qinxiang's intense, murderous pressure. Even a martial artist in the third level of the true martial realm had been killed by Qinxiang. Furthermore, nothing remained of him but a few rags who would dare act. In front of them, Qinxiang had completely defeated 2 martial artists in the true martial realm. As long as nothing was wrong with their brains, they wouldn't be stupid enough to come out and fight. Qinxiang cultivates this slaughtering heart, and followed with his current mood, made his body truly spew out the slaughter chi. Don't dare to come? Didn't all of you previously come here to look for me? Couldn't wait to personally kill me. Now how did all of you, one by one, became cowards? Qinxiang coldly glanced at these onlookers, sneered, and said, "From now on, as long as someone want to take my head, just like this crystal stone, I will definitely make them join it in the form of powdered flesh and bones." While speaking, Qinxiang held a crystal stone in his hand and crushed it into powder. Once again, he frightened everyone. Cutting a crystal stone in half was easy, however, plussing it into powder with one's bare hands was extremely difficult. "I want to take your head. Try to come and crush me to death." A handsome man walked out and separated himself from the crowd of onlookers. He was actually Liao Shaoyan. Liao Shaoyan. Last time you turned tail and ran away like a dog. Now you dare to come out and threaten my people. If I was you, I would rather find a hole to hide myself until death comes. A gentle sound floated over. However, it was carrying a very thick amount of slaughter chi, drenching everyone in cold sweat. As chills were running down everyone's spine, a bald man with white eyebrows and a beard suddenly appeared in front of Qinxiang, sending everyone into an extreme shock. That day in the extreme marital sect, Liao Shaoyan was simultaneously attacked by 2 great elders of extreme martial sect. However, he was still able to escape with his life. This matter could be considered as something he could hold pride in, yet he was ridiculed instead. Wu Kaming of the extreme martial sect had just arrived, one of the peak experts in the Nirvana realm. Seeing this kind bald man, many could not help but be shocked in their hearts. The crowd quickly dispersed. This sort of battle between people of this level would overturn seas and rivers. TLN. The last word of sentence was asterisk in the Chinese counterpart. We tried to fill the gap. If you think it doesn't fit the location, please pardon us. Elder Wu. This disciple will first take his leave. Qinxiang mischievously smiled. He then disappeared, using the fastest speed possible to leave. Standing on top the high hill, Lu Menger stared at the sprinting Qinxiang, heading towards the mountain forest. She smiled and said, "This brat's blade was truly an eye-opener. I definitely want to borrow it and take a look." "Teacher, is it very formidable?" Xue Xinxiang held Lu Menger's hand and asked with some surprise, "It is very formidable. There are very fine veins engraved on that blade, fully covering the entire blade body. Each intricate and yet extremely profound. Lu Menger nodded her head. He still cannot unleash the true power of that blade, otherwise he would have definitely been far more powerful. This blade can allow his power to increase multiple times. Otherwise, he would absolutely not be able to defeat a martial artist in the third level of the true martial realm. Chun Xiang arrived at the top of Black Tortoise Mountain and quickly entered a cave. Long Shui had already told him that Black Tortoise Mountain currently had many martial artists of extremely high strength around it. There were even many Nirvana realm martial artists. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang was being observed by a good few powerful divine sense. Just when the entire Black Tortoise Mountain had been shrouded in an intensive atmosphere, the entire mountainside suddenly started fiercely shaking. These severe tremors lead to the ground near Black Tortoise Mountain began heaving up and down like the ocean waves. Whether it was the tall trees or the huge mountain peaks, all was destroyed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, everything around Black Tortoise Mountain had been flattened. Many of the martial artists who had leapt into the sky looked on at the frightening scene unfolding before them. Their hearts still held lingering fear. The legendary Black Tortoise adamantine armor had awakened. However, the entrance of the mysterious realm had still not opened. Now we can head towards the center of Black Tortoise Mountain. Long Shui shouted in excitement. Chun Xiang promised her that as long as she could make him enter the Black Tortoise mysterious realm in advance, he would give her a lot of true elemental dawn and building foundation dawn. Chun Xiang quickly ran further inside the cave, and Long Shui too was similarly excited. When there was only a single person in the mysterious realm, wouldn't the majority of the treasures inside belong solely to that individual? We've arrived. Chun Xiang had just arrived at the center of a mountainside. The place turned out to be empty, but the entire place was dark. Chun Xiang ignited flame in his palm, illuminating the area. There was no one else here because when the entrance of the mysterious realm opened, there would be an outburst of a very violent power. Anyone staying near that was just seeking death. Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian had seen Chun Xiang enter the cave. If the entrance of the mysterious realm opened, anyone staying inside the cave would be affected by that burst of power. Elder Kai, stay and protect Xianxian, Lu Menger said in a light tone. An old woman, holding crutches, instantly appeared beside Xue Xianxian. Menger girl, rest assured. That Elder Kai kindly smiled and touched Xue Xianxian's soft hairs. Xue Xianxian obviously knew that her teacher was going to find Chun Xiang and pull him out in order to avoid being affected by the power from the opening of the mysterious realm. Rumor had it that even if it was Nirvana realm martial artists who were close, they too would be seriously injured. If their strength was weak, they might even vanish in a puff of smoke. Teacher, be careful. Xue Xianxian lightly nibbled her lips and said with worry, Rest assured. Your teacher is a whole lot stronger than me. Elder Kai laughed kindly, caressing Xue Xianxian's hair. Lu Menger slightly smiled and nodded her head. This little husband of yours is truly a bundle of troubles, even making me worried about him. The instant Lu Menger finished speaking, she turned into a white silhouette and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chun Xiang was waiting for Long Shui to use her Dragon Clan's ancient secret method to open a C-Pas sage and enter the Black Tortoise realm. In the middle of the mountain side of Black Tortoise Mountain was usually very dark. However, now, one could see many patterns exuding while light along its walls. This was the power released by Long Shui, composed of the spirit veins which formed an array. Chun Xiang was engrossed in looking at that abstruse and complex pattern of spirit veins. He would love to engrave it in his mind, but just trying to remember led to intense headaches. Not only were there a lot of spirit veins, they were also very dense. Chun Xiang estimated there were at least a few thousand spirit veins, and each and every one of them was completely unique. They each winded together with other spirit veins to combine into an array. While the winding of each one was somewhat similar, the degree of each bend was different. However, it held a distinct power precisely because of this. Don't try to remember. If I didn't have my hereditary memories, I would be dead, but still will not able learn this BL. Oh, do I think? Long Shui was also having a painful headache. If not for the getting so much to eat, she would not even bother to use so much of her brain. Well, it's the first time after coming out of my SHEL that I'm spending so much power. You better thank me. Long Shui said in a tender tone. From her voice, it was evident she was tired. Qinxiang also didn't say anything, and took out a few true elemental dawn for her to eat. Qinxiang was overlooking this sparkling round array on the mountainside. This dazzling array, constant eye, toot of hundreds of thousands of spirit veins, was now slowly begin to merge. Once it was entirely fused together, an entrance to the black, tortoise mysterious realm would be opened. Suddenly, Qinxiang sensed someone coming towards him. Moreover, in a very quick speed. This was certainly not a good thing. He didn't think someone would actually rush here just to seek death. A girl wearing white tights and a white muslin on her face stood in front of Qinxiang. He could not help but exclaim, "Sister Menger!" Lu Menger was also very surprised from seeing the round array in the middle of mountainside exuding white light, and those countless spirit veins. Her pretty eyebrows were knit together, while her pretty eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. What happened? She didn't even finish the sentence before a fierce aura broke out from that round array, followed by a burst of strong suction. In just the blink of an eye, Qinxiang and Lu Menger were sucked inside. Chapter 162. Black Tortoise Mysterious Realm. Chapter 162. Black Tortoise Mysterious Realm. Moments ago, the surroundings was white, then it suddenly turned dark. Qinxiang only felt he was leaning against a tender and soft body. He was immediately surprised. With the use of the faint light, he saw his own body pressing against a graceful figure wearing white tights. That peerless elegance, that mature and elegant bearing of an empress. Wasn't this Lu Menger? The white muslin on Lu Menger's face had already fallen. At this point, she opened her eyes, looking at Qinxiang in resentment, with a slight angry tone. "Little rascal, still not standing up? Quickly come down." Qinxiang was shocked in his heart. He rolled his powerless body over Lu Menger's body. A moment ago, his body was pressed on Lu Menger's bosom. Those two soft and wonderful things. This made Lu Menger very shy. What happened? Lu Menger asked in a low voice. At this time, Lu Menger found no power left in her body, and Qinxiang too felt this. "Sister Menger, why did you come?" Qinxiang asked back. "Your little wife was too worried about you. She let me come to find you. Who knew you were doing such mysterious things here?" Lu Menger somehow twisted her head, looked at Qinxiang lying beside her. At this point, Qinxiang and her were so close, both of them could feel each other's breath, and once again, her face couldn't help but have a tint of redness. Since she was born, it was the first time she had a dubious relations. I plus P with a man, sniffing the delicate fragrance from Lu Menger's body. Qinxiang's mind was swayed. He couldn't help but think about the sensation when he was pressing on Lu Menger's body. Lu Menger was the empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. She was a strong martial artist reigning on one region, and furthermore, she was also the teacher of his fiancée. This made him secretly curse himself. He actually had some evil thoughts about her. Humph! Lu Menger let out a light snort as she looked at Qinxiang, who had a dazed expression, as if thinking of something evil. If not for the fact that Qinxiang was her disciple's man, once her strength was restored, she would surely kill such a frivolous man. Sister Menger, this is my confidential secret. I temporarily cannot say anything to you. Furthermore, you too must keep it a secret. You can't speak of this to anyone. I came because of a major mission, exactly for obtaining the black tortoise adamantal armor. As long as this thing have one good master, the extreme martial sect don't need face such a crisis every once in 10,000 years. Chun Xiang regained his senses and quickly explained. Fortunately, Qin Xiang had encountered many stunning women. Otherwise, some wicked thoughts would have definitely arisen in his heart. He also calmed his heart down as he tried to operate true qi to condition his body. Why have we lost our strength? Lu Menger looked at Qin Xiang with a frown. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes were filled with majesty. She was very wary of Qin Xiang. Sister Menger, are you afraid of me? Qin Xiang smiled and said, You are Xian Xian's teacher. To tell you the truth, although you can easily make a man mad, it is still not enough to make me do outrageous things. Lu Menger sighed in relief, chuckled, and said, When I saw you first, I instantly knew you were a man who is just all talk but no action. I don't believe you are not tempted by me. Hey, thinking of you and being tempted to you are two different ideas. As long as one is a man, looking at a beautiful woman will make them think of her, but they would rarely be tempted. Qin Xiang said with a nasty laughter. Only he could dare to say such suicidal words in front of this woman. This courage was practiced out from staying with Elder Dan for a long period of time. He would often take liberties with Elder Dan. This time, in his opinion, there was not much difference between Lu Menger and Elder Dan. Smelly brat, don't let me have the opportunity to teach you a lesson. I truly don't understand why you have such courage. You actually dare to speak such suicidal words to me. Are you truly not afraid that I will kill you? Lu Menger's eyebrows twitched. Her eyes filled with an imposing aura. At this time, Qin Xiang slowly and suddenly sat up. With a nasty smile, he gradually looked at the heaving up and down towering chest of Lu Menger. Currently, she was wearing tights, perfectly sketching out her figure, very arousing and coveting. You. Lu Menger bit her red lips and glared at Qin Xiang. Sister Menger, am I a very bad man in your impression? Qin Xiang stretched his lazy waist. He also didn't know why he could recover quickly as compared to Lu Menger, while he was also unable to operate his true qi. Originally you were good, but now you are very bad. I've already heard there are some unclear things between you and Wu Qianqian. Moreover, you also seem to have ulterior motives for that stepsister of yours, Lun Yulan. Lu Menger coldly snorted and said, Hey, if it was Xian Xian, she would not think so. Qin Xiang laughed and said, Why do you care so much regarding my matters? Xian Xian, she is too stupid. She is being deceived by you. Lu Menger said with a light snort, I'm worried for Xian Xian. She found a man who will break her heart. Qin Xiang, while rubbing both of his hands, seriously said, Sister Menger, if I do something to you now and killed you afterwards, no one will know. You truly are a beautiful woman. Lu Menger was speechless. Qin Xiang could truly do as such. After it's done, it truly didn't matter. He might just be straightforward. Thinking of this point, Lu Menger's tender body slightly quivered. Sister Menger, if you don't know me, please don't jump to any conclusions regarding me. Otherwise, don't blame for turning against a friend. Qin Xiang coldly said. Out of nowhere, a slaughter qi burst out from his body. Following his mood swings, the slaughtering heart made him like a slaughtering geode. Lu Menger looked at those eyes of his, laden with murderous intention. In her heart, she was surprised for a moment. Qin Xiang actually didn't have any evil thoughts for her. On the contrary, he just had the desire to kill. And all of this was because she misunderstood him, slandered him, moreover, also included Shui Xianxian. From the beginning, I hold you in high regards. You are a senior. You are also good to Shui Xianxian. Furthermore, you are also very friendly towards me. However, if you once again dare to slander me as such, I absolutely will not be polite. Qin Xiang stood up. He already had yin and yang divine veins, cultivated the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. He was destined to become a man who would dare to look down upon everything. This was what made his arrogance different from the rest. Looking at Qin Xiang, Lu Menjie was speechless. Just a moment ago, she was just making a joke about getting molested by a man, and in the blink of an eye, she became the enemy, just because she slandered him. I don't want Xian Xian to think any nonsensical things. You cannot say any nonsense in front of Xian Xian. Qin Xiang hunkered down and spoke in a gloomy and ice-cold voice, his whole body exuding an oppressing arrogant aura and slaughter qi. Lu Menjie heaved a sigh. She was indeed wrong. Qin Xiang was not so bad as she had imagined. It was evident from his previous performance. This made her feel shocked. "I'm sorry," Lu Menjie said in a low voice. "From now on, I don't need to worry about Xian Xian anymore. She will understand you. That's why I don't have to worry about you." Qin Xiang was very gallant. It wasn't impossible for any woman to get attracted to him. However, as far as she knew, inside the extreme martial sect, it was just Wu Qianqian who had good relations with Qin Xiang. This mysterious realm is changing, and whoever comes here will not be able to use true qi. You have to be careful. Qin Xiang spoke in a dignified manner. Unable to use true qi, wouldn't it mean that all the martial artists would lose their power? Lu Menjie was very shocked in her heart. The majestic light in those beautiful eyes had already disappeared and was replaced by a deep sense of fear. She proudly stood at the apex of the martial community of the mortal world for many years, and it was exactly because of her powerful true qi. But now that she could not use her true qi, she was no different from the ordinary people, which made it difficult for her to accept and made her fall in an abyss of fear. TLN, I'm sure no one had thought of hard and soft way. Chapter 163, Enchantment of Spirit Veins. Chapter 163, Enchantment of Spirit Veins. More than half an hour said, and only now was Lu Menjie able to move. Although she could not utilize her true qi, she was still able to see the true qi in her dantian. It was being suppressed by a powerful and bizarre power, preventing it from being mobilized. At this point, the Empress-like majesty had disappeared from Lu Menjie. With a weird expression in her eyes, she looked at Qin Xiang and asked softly, "Under these circumstances, do you still want to go and search for the black tortoise adamantal armor? Why can you recover faster than me?" She knew that Qin Xiang's body was very tough, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't possibly be compared with hers. After all, she had been standing on the apex of the entire Qinwu mainland for many years now. Qin Xiang slightly smiled, as if all those unpleasant things that had occurred previously hadn't occurred. Hey, your body may possibly be much stronger than me. However, my body is refined using special means. Qin Xiang had tempered his body in the immortal devil pool and also taken the dragon blood dan for quenching his body. All of this had allowed his body to gain a near miraculous, fast recovery ability. When both of them were sucked inside the black tortoise mysterious realm, all of their strength had been drained, which is why they felt so exhausted. However, with Qin Xiang's special body characteristics, he was able to recover extremely quickly. Lu Menjie stood up. At this moment, she felt that her whole body was very weak and she was just barely able to walk. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang was full of vim and vigor. If Qin Xiang wanted to do something bad to her right now, she simply did not have the strength to resist. Thinking of this, she once again began to secretly worry in her heart. However, it soon became evident to her that Qin Xiang held no interest towards her whatsoever. She was very impressed at Qin Xiang's mental fortitude. At the same time, she was also a little disappointed. With her temperament and enchanting aura, she actually could not tempt a young and vigorous little rascal. Eat! Qin Xiang threw a jade box at her. Inside, there were many quenching body dawn. I want to go and find the black tortoise adamantal armor, and the journey may be dangerous. Do you want to follow me? Although our strength is millions of leagues apart, now it is hard to say. Humph, don't be so proud. If we're competing in our physical prowess, I would absolutely not lose to you. In the entire Qinwu mainland, only a few people could be compared with me. Lu Menger declared with a soft snort, I promise Yen Xian that I won't allow the slightest mishap to happen to you. Of course, I'll follow you. Chun Xiang mischievously smiled and once again returned to that ruffian-like appearance from before. Just a moment ago, weren't you worried that I might strip off all your clothes? After you realized you can't use your true qi, you were so scared. You looked like you had seen a ghost. Lu Menger just let out a soft snort. She realized at this moment, treating Qin Xiang gently was simply a thankless thing. Of course. She knew that Qin Xiang was just joking around with her. Qin Xiang sternly said, Sister Menger, let me say this first. That black tortoise adamantal armor is mine. At the time we meet it, you cannot seize it. If you can, just take it away. That thing is not so easy to obtain. Otherwise, Huang Jitian would have already taken it to the extreme martial sect long ago. Lu Menger said it like she didn't even care. Qin Xiang looked around. He found that they had fallen in a wasteland full of various sizes of stones. The sky was fully covered in dark clouds, blocking out the light. Currently, it was basically nighttime in the black tortoise mysterious realm. You've come here before? Qin Xiang asked. I've come here just once before. At that time, I was just a true realm martial artist. However, it was devoid of the strange power that is suppressing true qi. Lu Menger lightly bit on the quenching body dan. Even her act of eating the dan was quite pleasing to look on the side. Qin Xiang was briming with a happy smile. Humph, if you weren't Xianxian's man, I would have definitely made you look good. You cannot push your luck. My patience is limited. Lu Menger was suddenly somewhat angry. She was the honorable empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire, in charge of the gigantic empire. However, today she was actually molested by a 20-year-old little rascal, and not just once or twice. What's more, she was even threatened by him. She had not felt this wronged for a very long time. Sister Menger, do you hate me now? Qin Xiang asked. He crouched down with his hand checking the ground. He didn't know which way they should go. Humph, you already know the answer to that. Why are you asking? Originally, you left an impression on me of being good, if a bit naughty. However, now humph. Lu Menger looked all around, releasing her divine sense and becoming vigilant. She was also looking for a direction to go. Alas, it seems my plan fell through. Qin Xiang helplessly sighed. At this time, he heard the faint sound of flowing water, probably from a river stream. Earlier, Huang Jitian had told him to go downstream in order to find the black tortoise adamantal armor. What plan? Lu Menger curiously asked. She too heard the sound of running water. Qin Xiang sighed. Because you hate me, you will not teach me how to refine equipment. I really wanted to learn. Lu Menger let out a low snort and said, I won't teach you. Aren't you already learning alchemy? Why do you still want to learn how to refine equipment? Qin Xiang truly wanted to ask advice from this empress of the refiners' community. However, now it seems that there was no hope. I know how to refine various kinds of dawn, although only a few among the countless different dawn. I found aside from the relatively common ones, there are those that are either less useful or have no apparent usage. I would like to learn some information on refinement procedure of equipment to see if I can combine it with alchemy and maybe create a new type of dan. Qin Xiang said as he started walking towards the sound of distant flowing water. Lu Menger also closely followed him. She too intended to walk towards that location. For this idea of Qin Xiang's, Lu Menger just thought it was wishful thinking. She ridiculously said, Don't even think about it. That is simply impossible. Although both alchemy and refining requires the use of fire, the process is very different. Alchemists cannot necessarily refine equipment and vice versa. For example, Elder Dan can only refine poor-level spirit weapons, while I too can only refine some low-grade dawn. Qin Xiang just shook his head and smiled. That's okay. Just wait for me to refine the first envisioned Dan. Then I'll personally deliver it in your hands, Thraz. plussing your face. Lu Menger casually said, "You're always welcome to try." But at that time, I might have already ascended to the heavenly realm. Lu Menger was looking down on him. Qin Xiang suddenly felt somewhat unhappy. He stopped in his tracks and took out a sheet on which there were many messy spirit veins drawn. However, on a closer look, this seemingly chaotic mess of spirit veins were very orderly. It was as if a law had crisscrossed them together. If one looked into it even more carefully, divine sense would fall into it and closely follow those spirit veins. Lu Menger just took a glance and was instantly captivated. She could not extricate herself. Her eyebrows were tightly knit as she constantly reflected and followed those spirit veins. She wanted to see what effects these spirit veins had. She wanted to know the law of this diagram that had been composed of these many spirit veins. Lu Menger was completely engrossed with those spirit veins. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang was proudly smiling. He immediately retracted that sheet and continued to move forward. This made Lu Menger angrily stamp her lotus-like foot and softly snort. After Lu Menger saw the S.P.A.C. door that had been established by Long Shui, Lu Menger knew that Qin Xiang had many secrets. Although those spirit veins made many people feel a painful headache, she really liked these sort of things. In her opinion, the spirit vein Qin Xiang had just showed her was the most peculiar and complex set of spirit veins she had ever encountered. According to her estimates, it may be a high-grade spirit vein, and if used properly, it could release a very fearsome power. Chapter 164, Otherworldly Civilization — He stopped in his tracks and took out a sheet, drawing many messy spirit veins. He stopped in his tracks and took out a sheet on which there were many messy spirit veins drawn. In my defense, I was very sick. As for the delay, as previously I already told you, I was sick, and my situation took turn for worse, and getting connection in a hospital is even more harder to get. There was too much interference, and also I was advised for bed rest. I would have translated offline, but a 104 was nothing I could scoff so easily. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Before, the spirit veins Qin Xiang had shown were excerpt from the Refiner's Scroll. Previously, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu too had enjoyed the complexness and very profoundness of the Refiner's Scroll. Although they weren't proficient in it, they knew these spirit veins were very rare and very formidable spirit veins. And at last, after Qin Xiang had encountered Long Shui, he had once again confirmed this fact. At this moment, he got to see the hanging appet. 1. T of Lu Menger. He was even more convinced that these spirit veins were indeed marvelous, and besides, he still had a lot more. Qin Xiang strode towards that flowing water sound, and Lu Menger, who kept on asking Qin Xiang about those spirit veins, followed closely behind him. However, he just laughed off Lu Menger's questions and didn't pay much attention to them, making Lu Menger grind her teeth in anger. Finally, they arrived at the river S8. It was 100-jong wide river, clear and cold. Qin Xiang used the river water, washed his face. "Did you draw those spirit veins?" Lu Menger once again asked. Her face was filled with resentment. Along the way, she had asked the very same question to Qin Xiang repeatedly. However, Qin Xiang never answered and directly ignored her. This kind of attitude towards her was the first time she had experienced it. Qin Xiang smiled, finally answering her question. "Yes." "Who taught you?" Lu Menger hastily asked. She was eagerly waiting to interrogate Qin Xiang and get her answers. "I picked up a book. Inside this book, there are many of that kind of spirit veins, and there are also a variety of ways to refine weapons. It's just that I've been fiddling with it on my own." Qin Xiang, after thinking through, decided to tell this to Lu Menger. Lu Menger was astonished. Her face was full of ecstasy, and yet she immediately pouted, looking upset because she knew that taking advantage of Qin Xiang was not so easy. Before, she had flatly refused Qin Xiang's request, so she also hadn't expected that, at this time, she had to change her tune. "Originally, I wanted to ask you to teach me Alas, forget it. Who told you to have so much prejudice against me? Chun Xiang said with a look of disappointment, then walked along the downstream. Lu Menger followed after behind him. After considering for a long time, she nibbled her lips and spoke. Okay, I have completely misunderstood you before. But I do not really hate you, who told you to molest me. At this point, Lu Menger was just like her name. Like a little girl, this change also had its own charm which caught Chun Xiang in surprise. I've called you Sister Menger. I was certainly joking with you before. Chun Xiang mischievously smiled and said, Elder Dan originally also used to hate me, however, now. Hey, isn't she now someone who I could lead around by the nose? Humph, here we go again. You mean to say you will lead me by the nose? Lu Menger let out a soft snort and spoke as she stared at Chun Xiang. Of course not. Sister Menger is Xianxian's teacher. So of course I want to please you. That way, you will be good to Xianxian. Chun Xiang smiled and said, all the unpleasant things happened prior. Let's consider those as something that didn't happen. By making this elegant, peerless, Empress chase him as such, Chun Xiang was quite satisfied. He certainly didn't want to have bad relations with Lu Menger, and now he also felt being together with Lu Menger was not bad. At least he'd get to see an additional cute and amusing side of her. This was perhaps something that was very difficult to see. Chun Xiang took out his 10 sheets of excerpt spirit veins, which were also the first 10 sheets of the Refiner's Scroll. According to the book, these were the most basic of the Refiner's Scroll. As long as one could entirely understand these 10 spirit veins, one could start learning the aforementioned refining weapon technique in the Refiner's Scroll. Lu Menger took those 10 sheets as she immediately halted her footsteps. She aptly looked at where she stood. Her mature, beautiful face was filled with ecstasy. A drunken blush emerged on her face, which made her seem even more beautiful and enchanting. Indeed, she was very charming. On the side, Chun Xiang rubbed his chin, appreciating that peerless face, secretly praising in his heart. He could not wait to extend his hand and stroke that breathtaking face. Sister Menger, don't look now. Take your time to look at it when you return to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. I entered this black, tortoise mysterious realm in advance for obtaining that black tortoise adamantal armor. We have no time to delay. Chun Xiang urged. Lu Menger didn't hear his words. Her pretty eyes were glued to that sheet of spirit veins in her hands. Continuously blinking, her brain was quickly calculating these spirit veins, looking as if she was doing some very complex thinking. Seeing Lu Menger so serious, Chun Xiang could not help but extend his hand and stroke her cheeks. His hand felt very good, as if he was stroking a creamy, beautiful jade. With just one touch, Chun Xiang was addicted to it. He too didn't know from where he got the courage. He actually dared to rub even further. Just as Chun Xiang was spellbound in touching, Lu Menger surprisingly grabbed hold of his wrist and coldly asked, "What are you doing?" Chun Xiang was surprised as he instantly regained his senses. He forcibly smiled and said, "Sister Menger, there was some dirt on your face. I was helping you wipe it." "Right? Did you discover anything when you were looking? I've also examined it for long, but didn't understand these spirit veins." When he said, "These spirit veins," Lu Menger's eyes were pleasantly surprised as she said in excitement, "These spirit veins are very complex. All of them are high-grade spirit veins. These are not from this mortal martial world. I think they came from another mortal world. You should know that under the heavens our mortal martial world is not the only one. There are also many other mortal worlds that are much more civilized than ours. However, it is very difficult to travel from one world to another world. And if you can get something from their world, it is extremely good." Chun Xiang was also taken aback if he could get alchemy techniques from another world. This might greatly elevate his alchemy. But of course, with regards to the recipe and the herbs, it would be harder. "Sister Menger, let's hurry. I have to hurry and find the black tortoise adamantal armor." Chun Xiang replied. Lu Menger stored those 10 sheets as if they were treasure. She also knew it would be impossible for her to get the Refiner's Scroll from Chun Xiang. However, she could get these spirit veins. It was enough for her to fiddle around for some time. Lu Menger touched her cheek. She softly snorted and said, "U-S-P-U-N-K. You even dared to cheaply take advantage of me. Before, the situation was unavoidable, so it was okay, but now you actually, hum. Chun Xiang chuckled and said, "Sister Menger, in the future, whatever progress you make, you better tell me, these 10 sheets of spirit veins are the most basic. These should be learnt before one can start learning the refiner's knowledge." Lu Menger had also reached her bottleneck in weapon refining, and now that she got these spirit veins, she felt that it was equal to treasure. Regarding the matter of Chun Xiang touching her face before, she chose to not pursue the matter. It was deemed as giving Chun Xiang a little benefit, and besides, in her heart, she didn't truly abhor Chun Xiang. She just felt that he was a little bad. "And wait for me to teach you these spirit veins. Afterwards, I'll teach you weapon refining too. While in this period of time, you should get familiar with these spirit veins," Lu Menger said while nodding her head, her voice becoming a lot more warm. "Sister Menger, not in a million could you tell Xian Xian about the things happened here. Otherwise, that little girl would definitely despise me." Chun Xiang said with a bitter smile, "Humph, you can be rest assured. If I say it to her, it would also have an impact on me." Lu Menger remembered what happened before. She couldn't help but get angry again. "You know the way?" "Maybe." Chun Xiang nodded his head. "What do you mean?" Lu Menger slightly knitted her beautiful eyebrows. "Let's go." Chun Xiang curled his lips. He himself was also not sure whether the words of his insane teacher were true or not. Chapter 165, Heavenly Dark Mouse. Chapter 165, Heavenly Dark Mouse. Although Lu Menger followed behind Chun Xiang, she was walking and stopping intermittently rather absent-mindedly. It seemed like she was thinking of something in a trance-like state. With just one look, one could tell she was thinking about those spirit veins. "Sister Menger, you are very good right now, like a gentle sister." Chun Xiang smiled and said, "I'm only good to you and Xian Xian. For anyone else I would not be. I'm a dean, as well as the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Not to mention, I need strength to deter many people. I must have the ability to scare them off." Lu Menger spoke until there. She had a look of arrogance, and her whole body was releasing a majestic aura. It was as if she turned into a different person. Although the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire has branch stores in each and every city in the Chimu mainland, there are many sects trying to swallow the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Not only is the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire itself wealthy, its citizens are also wealth. This is the main specialty of the Divine Heavenly Empire, and that's how it's different from your extreme martial province. Only the sects and families are stronger in the extreme martial province. Sometimes the very rich or the desolately poor die, and in many border areas, countless civilians are indiscriminately slaughtered. However, this would never happen in the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire as long as any citizen is being bullied. I will immediately take action. Lu Menger's tone became heroic, and that majestic aura became even more domineering, making Chun Xiang secretly admire her. Chun Xiang had already heard of the formidability of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Their gallantry was a common custom, and every citizen was proud of their status as a member of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. There were no malfeasance committed by influential figures. Thus, the common citizens were not bullied by anyone. They had a very fair and equitable justice system. Sometimes even Lu Menger could not do things without proper authorization. However, if the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire were attacked by a Devil Path sect or any sect with ill intentions, this happy state would sink into HLL. Lu Menger held great responsibility because she was the strongest martial artist in the entire Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, and thus she was its guardian. When facing others, she would always have an oppressive atmosphere and emit an air of powerful influence, making people fear her. However, there was another side of her. She was warm and gentle like water, even somewhat innocent and lovely. Wait, there's something ahead. Lu Menjur suddenly grabbed Qin Xiang's arm. Her gaze was glued on the dark bush of GRAS in front of them as she pulled Chen Xian back. Chen Xiang didn't sense anything, and Long Shui also didn't warn him of something. However, when he saw Lu Menjur being so cautious, he knew there was definitely something in front of them. It was the norm for all the mysterious realms to have many powerful and fearsome demon beasts inside it. Sometimes there would be various other types of strange and powerful existences inside, along with a variety of other dangers. It's a demon beast. Specifically, it's a very famous demon beast of the mysterious realms, called the Heavenly Dark Mouse, a very large mouse. Lu Menjur said in a heavy tone. She opened her arms to guard Qin Xiang and warily looked all around. Chen Xiang realized he was being protected by a woman, and he was secretly unhappy in his heart. He took out the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. He could not currently pour true qi into it, but it was still very heavy. However, Chen Xiang didn't feel a thing while he was holding it. In fact, it was rather comfortable. Sister Menjur, don't tell me you are afraid of mice? Qin Xiang smiled and asked, I'm not afraid, I just seem to hate them. Lu Menjur said in a low voice. She had not expected Qin Xiang to smile at this moment, because the heavenly dark mice were very strong. Their strength was comparable to that of someone in the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Don't you know about the heavenly dark mice? Lu Menjur asked. I've heard of them, but what's there to fear? Qin Xiang mischievously smiled and teased. Sister Menjur, you're the empress of the divine weapon heavenly empire. How can you be afraid of something like this? Lu Menjur pursed her lips in anger. She no longer paid any attention to Qin Xiang. She found out Qin Xiang simply could not be counted as a normal person. In such a situation, he still dared to laugh. Of course, if her true qi was not sealed, she would not be afraid of anything in this mortal world. However, right now, she could only rely on her own physical strength, which was rather limited. Qin Xiang saw a black silhouette suddenly leaping in the distance. He immediately exclaimed, Incoming! He took a step, separating himself from Lu Menjur's protection. He strode in a strange pace, like a snake on the ground, winding forward very quickly. His speed was very fast. It looked like he was dragging his long shadow along with him, extremely similar to a snake's long body. In the blink of an eye, that dragging silhouette from Chen Xiang collided with that incoming black figure. Lu Menjur just saw Chen Xiang quickly brandish plussing his blade, cutting that black silhouette into 2 pieces, which was followed by a jet of blood. Good fella, it's truly bull-sized. Qin Xiang exclaimed as he looked at the giant rat on the ground. Lu Menjur quickly rushed over and gently asked, Are you all right? As the blood dripping from the broadsword in Qin Xiang's hand came to her notice, Lu Menjur was even more surprised, because the material of this blade was even better than she had imagined. I'm all right. Is this the heavenly dark mouse? Too weak. Chen Xiang mischievously laughed and said, Weak? Lu Menjur secretly despised him. With such a powerful blade, even if he ran into a demon beast with scaled armor, it would still be cut into 2 pieces, not to mention this mouse, this kind of beast. Can you still use your true qi? Lu Menjur doubtfully asked. She looked at Qin Xiang's appearance. It didn't seem like he couldn't use true qi. To her surprise, he could still maintain fearsome strength and speed. Can't. Chen Xiang shook his head. The pace he used previously was the one when he didn't have the spiritual vein. It was a type of martial technique that he painfully practiced. It was just that now he only used his body to cast it and was able to reach such a level. Your blade. Lu Menjur just finished speaking till here. Her complexion suddenly changed, grabbing Qin Xiang before quickly retreating 10 steps, only to see a beautiful white long spear like snow suddenly appear in her hands. To Qin Xiang's surprise, Lu Menjur actually used the spear, and it seemed very formidable. White jade dragon bone. top-grade dragon bone. Long Shui cried in a low voice. Chun Xiang hadn't heard of anything called white jade dragon bone. However, it appeared to be very formidable. Is it white jade dragon bone? Chun Xiang glanced at that pretty long spear. Brett, your eyesight is not bad. Now is not the time to speak nonsense. Look! Lu Menger, using the long spear, pointed the ground in front. The ground was slowly being raised, and then it fiercely burst open, just to see countless adult, bull-sized, heavenly dark mice jumping out from the ground. Surprisingly, there were at least a few hundred. This is the formidability of the heavenly dark mice. It is precisely their numbers. Lu Menger just spoke till here before she saw a flock of mice madly rush. Plussing out from that hole. It looked like a spring fountain that was emerging from the ground. Seeing this, Chun Xiang's eyes were transfixed as a chill ran down his spine. They were constantly growing in numbers. It was already more than 10,000. During childhood, this kind of large mice would eat flesh till adolescence, and for a set period of time during this time they are able to absorb spirit qi until they become grade 3 demon beasts, and their strength becomes comparable to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Lu Menger grabbed Chun Xiang while gradually retreating. Her visage was inexplicably dignified. In her heart, she was very worried and afraid. If hundreds of thousands of heavenly dark mice pounced on them, they simply could not escape. Teacher, you have harmed me. On this road, we have actually encountered so many mice. Chun Xiang secretly scolded, because what he did was according to his teacher, to walk along the waterside. Waterway. Chun Xiang fiercely quivered, looking at the river stream. An idea suddenly popped out in his mind. Sister Menger, are you carrying something that could float on water? If not, we will jump into the water. Chun Xiang said, I have. Lu Menger took out a small boat from the storage ring on her finger before throwing it into the river, after which both of them quickly jumped into the boat. At the same time, those heavenly dark mice were like an avalanche, enshrouding everything in their path as they also leapt into the air. Chapter 166, Waterway. Chapter 166, Waterway. Chun Xiang and Lu Menger were on the boat, each SLAs. Plussing away with their sharp divine weapon at those countless pouncing heavenly dark mice. At the same time, Lu Menger used her divine sense to push the boat, leaving the SHORE. By now, the boat was covered in the blood of the heavenly dark mice, and there was even some blood dripping from Chun Xiang's body. However, there was not a single blood stain on those white tights of Lu Menger. Previously, Chun Xiang had also noticed this strange phenomena. It seemed that Lu Menger's tights had a peculiar ability that could repulse away the tides of dripping blood. The small boat was now far away from the SHORE and soon arrived at the center of the river stream, leaving those heavenly dark mice screaming on the far-away SHORE. They didn't dare to step in the river that had been filled with the floating corpses of many heavenly dark mice. If these could be taken out, Chun Xiang thought he would be able to exchange them for tons of crystal stones. As he used his broadsword to row that small boat to fish out those floating corpses, he realized that his style of doing things had some uncanny resemblance with Zhu Rong's after spending a lot of time together. Quickly wash your body. Upon seeing those heavenly dark mice were not chasing, Lu Menger sighed in relief. Right. Also, let me take a look at your blade. No, that blade is very heavy. If I take it out now, it could sink the boat. When Chun Xiang came aboard the boat, he had already exchanged his azure dragon slaughtering devil blade with a level 3 spirit weapon. At this moment, Chun Xiang leapt into the water. The river cleanly stripped off the blood on him, was plussing his entire body. Afterwards, Chun Xiang asked Lu Menger to turn around before climbing up and changing his clothes. Realizing that there was a naked man behind her, Lu Menger's face became very hot. She became very shy. She realized that in the brief period of time with Chen Xiang, he had made her experience a lot of things which she had never experienced in the past thousands of years in her life. TLN. No love life in her tens of thousands of years of her life. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF looked at the gradually flowing river. In her heart, she was somewhat worried. She tightly gripped that white bone-long spear in her hands as she stood on the bow of the boat. Chun Xiang spread his hands and helplessly said, "I don't know either. I was only told by someone that traveling on the riverway is safe." "Sister Menger, that bone spear of yours is very beautiful. What is it called?" "When you were killing the mice, there was not a single trace of blood on it. Also, when you were wielding this spear, you looked truly beautiful, very pleasing to the eye." Chun Xiang praised. What he said was entirely true. When he was using his blade before to kill those heavenly divine mice, he was not capable of doing so with such a majestic style. Kiss of the Jade Dragon. Lu Menger, holding the long spear majestically, stood at the bow. Watching the river surface with a cold look, she dismissively said, "When I obtained this, it was already damaged. It took me a good 3,000 years to restore it. Its rank is very high. It's not a mere mortal weapon." Her tone was filled with pride because she had been able to recover this level of weapon. It was something she could be very proud of. TLN, Kiss of the Jade Dragon. The name itself was very beautiful. However, Chun Xiang knew, if that so-called kiss arrived, it definitely would not be so beautiful. "What is that blade of yours called?" Lu Menger asked. "Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade. Its speciality is that when true qi is poured into it, the weight is increased and it would become even more heavy. However, the wielder would not feel a single bit of it. Hey, formidable, right?" Chun Xiang laughed and said, "Very formidable." Lu Menger nodded her head in response. In her heart, she was secretly astonished. Suddenly, a billowing thunderous roar came from the SH. O-R-E. Chun Xiang and Lu Menger immediately turned their heads towards the sound. Suddenly a chill ran down their spines and both their faces turned pale. They had a panic-stricken look because there was a dense flock of various demon beasts. Looking from afar, it was extremely shocking. It was as if ants had densely covered the SH. O-R-E. Chun Xiang gulped. It appears that a great BL-OODY slaughter will take place. After I obtain the black tortoise armor, I will not allow Xian Xian to come here. It's too dangerous. Yes, being unable to use true qi would truly make things very dangerous. In just 10,000 years' time, so many demon beasts have actually been born. However, why is there some power sealing our true qi? Lu Menger could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. If at this time they were still on the SH, O-R-E, the odds would definitely be against them. There is not even a single monster Dan among the 30 heavenly dark mice we killed. Chun Xiang said with disappointment, "There are very few demon beasts with monster dawn. For each corpse, you should be able to get at least 10,000 crystal stones." Lu Menger said, regarding this small amount of money, she didn't care about it at all. The sky gradually turned brighter. However, it was still mostly cloudy. The demon beasts on both SH, O-R-E-S gradually decreased throughout the night, and both Chun Xiang and Lu Menger were always on the tenterhooks while guarding against those demon beasts. They were worried that these demon beasts would suddenly jump over. However, these beasts seemed to be very scared of the water and didn't come over. 10 days passed. The countless demon beasts on both SH, O-R-E-S gradually made Chun Xiang and Lu Menger numb. The spirit qi in the black tortoise mysterious realm was many times that of the spirit qi outside, so logically it should not be that surprising for it to have bred so many demon beasts. Besides, it was also devoid of any human interference for 10,000 years. There is no way ahead. Lu Menger suddenly spoke. Chun Xiang saw a stone mountain in front of the river, and the water seemed to be able to penetrate that stone mountain. Chun Xiang looked all around. He saw a road full of mud. There was also some water on it. However, a stench was also permeating from this road. Over there should be a waterway. Chun Xiang pointed at that muddy river. Although Lu Menger was somewhat reluctant to go there, it was already proven that what Chun Xiang had said earlier was true. Walking on the waterway was very safe. She took out 2 oars, and with Chun Xiang began to row the small boat. I'm rowing a boat with Sister Menger. It's truly a great joy in life, haha. Chun Xiang happily laughed. Can't you a little bit serious? Lu Menger coldly said. Since last night she had employed a straight face, there was not a single moment she let up. On the other hand, Chun Xiang was happy and giggling. Sister Menger, you could also enjoy this. You have this kind of thing in your storage ring. You must have played often with Xian Xian. Chun Xiang laughed and said, Humph! I was taught a lot by that little girl. She has tons of tricks under her sleeve. Lu Menger retorted. When she was together with Xian Xian, Lu Menger also felt rather happy. Hey, it was I who taught her all those ways to play around. Chun Xiang laughed and said, thinking of his childhood days spent together with Shui Xian Xian, his face was also brming with happiness. As they entered the muddy path, rowing became even more difficult. But the strength of both Chun Xiang and Lu Menger was enough. In addition, Chun Xiang was also carrying a lot of supplementary dawn, which would allow them to recover their strength. Look! Chun Xiang immediately shouted in shock. At this time, they saw that both sides of the mud stream was suddenly filled with dense figures. On a closer look, those figures were huge centipedes, spiders, scorpions, toads, and various kinds of poisonous beasts. Looking at them would make anyone's scalp tingle, and their whole body drenched in cold sweat. Especially with centipedes of this size, the bull or sheep-sized toads, scorpions, and spiders. All of them looked very frightening. Besides, most of them were very poisonous creatures. Lu Menger frowned. Her whole face was filled with disgust. If she could use her true qi, it was highly likely that both ES would be raised with fire. Sister Menger, how is the relations HI+P between you and Elder Dan? Chun Xiang asked in order to distract them from the horrendous sight in front of them. Those poisonous creatures on both sides were extremely dense. There were too many to even count. However, not a single one of them dared to enter the mud, which assured Lu Menger a lot. She would often use dawn to exchange for some of my spirit weapons. Our relations, HI+P, is also good, however. Even I have never seen her true appearance. Regarding this matter, Lu Menger was also very curious. In fact, it was a matter that had already troubled her for thousands of years. What about the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan? Have you ever come in contact with her? Chun Xiang once again asked. No, I've never seen her. However, a maidservant of hers would generally come and discuss some things with me. Danxiang Taoyuan is also completely managed by this maidservant. Lu Menger replied. She knew what idea Chun Xiang was having, because she too believed that there was a relation between the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan and Elder Dan. After all, both of them were very major yet mysterious figures. Is the maidservant you spoke of Hua Xiangyue? Chun Xiang was shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected Hua Xiangyue to be in possession of that much authority. Surprisingly, she actually managed the entire Danxiang Taoyuan. You actually know so many women. Lu Menger said with a light snort. Suddenly, the poisonous beasts on both sides spread out, which was soon followed by a loud roar along with severe trembling. It was as if the entire black tortoise mysterious realm was shaking. That roar also sounded very hoa. It carried a kind of vicissitudes and sadness along with it. Chapter 167, Realm Within Realm. Chapter 167, Realm Within Realm. This mysterious realm entrance is about to open. We have to hurry, and acquire the black tortoise adamantine armor. Chun Xiang was finally feeling some tension. Lu Menger nodded her head, and with Chun Xiang sped up, it made the small boat move forward faster. The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, the black tortoise adamantine armor. Both of them have name of the two beasts among the four divine beasts. Could there be some kind of relevance? Lu Menger pondered and said. Chun Xiang mischievously smiled. Sister Menger, I have heard you also have a vermilion bird named Divine Weapon. Could you help me open my outlook? Hearing Chun Xiang's words, Lu Menger's complexion changed, and her entire body H.I. plus vered. With furrowed eyebrows, she aptly watched Chun Xiang and coldly asked, Who did you hear it from? This is supposed to be highly confidential. There are only 3 people who know about it. Me, my father, and mother. And my parents have already ascended to a higher realm. Chun Xiang learnt about this from Su Meiyao, and Su Meiyao had also learnt about this from her own master. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's master had practiced the ruthless devil skill, and had already courted his own destruction. And the 2 girls had not told Chun Xiang about the origin of their master. It was totally outside Chun Xiang's expectation that this matter of the vermilion bird divine weapon would be so mysterious. He quickly thought of an excuse as he said, A senior told me, You should know that the achievements of mine in regards of strength and alchemy are not just due to me alone fumbling around. It was all pass, said down by a senior. However, I'm not aware of that senior's origin. Lu Menger nodded her head. She found Chun Xiang's words to be more reasonable. In this huge mortal world, it was not impossible to find hidden dragon and crouching tigers. At this time, she came to a realization that Chun Xiang's secrets were increasing as she came to know more of him. I indeed have the thing related to the vermilion bird. It's just that I don't know how to use it. Besides, currently it is in a sealed state, and it is impossible for me to control it with my mind. I've already bled on it, however, it was still not useful. Do you know anything regarding this matter? Lu Menger frankly replied. She had been trying to figure out this divine weapon of unknown origins. However, even both her parents didn't know anything about it. Chun Xiang, while considering, asked about it with Su Meiyao, asked whether or not he could tell Lu Menger about the divine weapons of the 4 symbols. From the interactions between Chun Xiang and Lu Menger during this period, both Su Meiyao and Bai Yu knew that Lu Menger was a nice person, and she indeed had been good to Chun Xiang and Xue Xianxian. Otherwise, with Chun Xiang taking so much advantage of the other party, taking such liberties with her, he would have already been blasted to smithereens. You can tell her. However, make sure she would keep it as a secret, not sing to any other person, or else it would be detrimental to you. Su Meiyao exhorted. Chun Xiang slowly took in a deep breath and said, The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, the black tortoise adamantine armor, and that thing related to the vermilion bird of yours, and there's also a similar thing of the white tiger. Together, these 4 are called the divine weapons of the 4 symbols, and all of them are divine weapons. Divine weapon. Lu Menger's whole body jolted. Her body was slightly shaking. She took a long, deep breath and exclaimed, No wonder that blade of yours is so powerful. Originally, it was a divine weapon from heaven above. How come I cannot use it? Lu Menger, somewhat disappointedly, said, I have done everything that I can, however. I was still unable to understand what net thing I had obtained. Can I take a look? Chun Xiang asked. Without apparent reason, Lu Menger's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and she didn't speak a word. She pondered for quite a while before speaking. When you have obtained the black tortoise adamantine armor, then we can talk again. I want to observe how you are going to rain the divine weapon of the 4 symbols. In order to rain the divine weapons of the 4 symbols, one is needed to cultivate the divine exercise of the 4 symbols, and the divine exercise of the 4 symbols was a very powerful martial exercise. Although it was created from the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, it was comparable with the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. Chunxiang speculated it must have been created by some very powerful figure, because it was also related to the mysterious divine weapons of the four symbols, and from the locations of the divine weapons of the four symbols, it was pretty clear that the divine weapons of the four symbols were refined by some legendary figure who had actually used the mysterious realms to hide these treasures. The black tortoise mysterious realm would occasionally produce some severe tremor, which had already been continued for 20 days in a row. However, Lu Menjie and Chunxiang had never heard of that roar of a seemingly giant ancient beast again. Originally, those intermittent tremors had already turned into continuous fierce shakes. Chunxiang and Lu Menjie had already spent a whole month inside the black tortoise mysterious realm. They had also left the muddy river and entered a huge dark river. Afterwards, they had entered a giant canyon. Along the way, they had encountered many demon beasts and various poisonous creatures. However, they were still heading downstream and had never been attacked. Now, they were in a small, winding river. At the end of this small river, there was a mountain, and on the mountainside there was a cave. From afar, one could see that this cave was exuding a blue aura. At this time, Long Shui said in a dignified tone, "The black tortoise mysterious realms entrance is open. There is a very strong SPA-C power and time fluctuations. The time flow outside and inside is very different. From these time fluctuations, I found that these 30 days inside here should be equivalent to 3 days outside. 10 times the difference. However, there was nothing unusual inside the mysterious realm, and there was such a huge difference between the normal world and the world of this mysterious realm. Very strong SPA-C fluctuations. It seems that the entrance is open. I hope Xian had not entered. I think because of the seal of the true Qi, many people would choose not to enter." Lu Menjie said with some concern. Chunxiang and Lu Menjie accelerated the rowing of the boat, traversing their way towards that cave exuding an aura. This black tortoise mysterious realm was very huge and very beautiful. It was just that there were many demon beasts, and the true Qi was also sealed. It can be said that it was a very dangerous place, and if someone alone encountered a flock of these demon beasts, that person would certainly be dead. Finally, they entered that cave. The water inside the cave was very warm, giving off a kind of peculiar power. At the end of the cave, there was a white light like a special entrance. Both Chunxiang and Lu Menjie were slightly excited. They were convinced that in there, the black tortoise adamantal armor must be hidden. "Let's go. Be careful." Lu Menjie slightly took a mouthful of air, warily looked at the front, and spoke with a serious look. Chunxiang nodded his head while rowing the boat, and soon that small boat entered that dazzling white light. The black tortoise mysterious realm was accompanied with fierce shaking, while Chunxiang rowed that small boat and crossed that light screen. A fragrance wafted into Chunxiang's and Lu Menjie's noses, making both of them feel refreshed. What appeared in their front was altogether another world, a water world. However, on the surface of the water, there were a lot of floating GRASSES. Their top were full of beautiful flowers, and not far in their front, there was an island. Looking at this island from afar, it appeared to be a giant turtle crawling in the sea. How can there be a mysterious realm inside the mysterious realm? What in the end is happening here? Lu Menjie observed her surroundings. In this place, the spirit Qi was even more richer compared to the outside. She had never heard of such a case of a realm within a realm. All in all, I think that having a lot of demon beasts outside is very unusual. Chunxiang said. He sped up and rowed the small boat towards that island in front of them. "Sister Menjie, what's the situation close to the island?" Chunxiang asked. At this point, they did not dare to leave the small boat. During these days, they felt more safer in the water. Although they had once again entered a mysterious realm, their true Qi was still sealed. "I did not find any danger. In here, we can walk on the land." Lu Menjie lightly jumped as if floating over to this. "Oh, R.E." She looked very beautiful and very pleasing to watch. Chunxiang mischievously smiled. He too jumped over to the SH. Oh, Lu Menger received that small boat and walked around the SH. Oh, inside this island there was a dense forest, although currently the sky was blue and the clouds were white, accompanied with cool breeze. The forest in front of them still gave off a very dangerous feeling. The island was not very big. Qin Xiang and Lu Menger only spent half an hour, and they have walked on the island SH. In circle. They didn't find any footprints of demon beasts or any other danger. At this point, both of them were still unable to use their true qi, which was why they were acting very carefully. Looking at that gloomy, dense forest, Qin Zhang and Lu Menger took a glance at each other before nodding their heads as they went up. At this moment, that roar which was giving off desolate feeling once again resounded, and it suddenly echoed in their ears. Chapter 168. Adamantal Crocodile Python. Chapter 168. Adamantal Crocodile Python. That roar seemed like as if it was emitted by an ancient giant beast, giving off loneliness and vicissitudes of life, but also full of majesty and intimidation. Both Qin Xiang and Lu Menger halted their footsteps. They were secretly worried that there was a powerful ancient demon beast inside the island. At present, they were unable to use their true qi. If they encountered any powerful demon beast attack, they could only escape. Lu Menger held her long spear while walking in front with a serious look. She frowned and said, "Be careful. If there is a powerful demon beast that attacks us, you disregard everything else and escape. Leave me alone. I have a way to deal with it." Qin Xiang didn't answer. He just had a serious countenance while being vigilant of the surroundings. Both of them had already entered inside the forest, and in here it was very quiet, so quiet that it would make people somewhat fear it. There were lots of weeds in the forest, and they were very difficult to cut. They had very strong life force. The trunks of the trees were also very thick, making Qin Xiang somewhat puzzled. The spirit qi here was so rich. Surprisingly, there weren't any odd flowers or strange SES. All of them were just some weeds. There is some movement. Lu Menger suddenly stopped, clasped her long spear. She was ready to act at moment's notice. It had already been half an hour since they had entered the forest, and they were about to reach the center. After arriving here, their nerves became even more taut. They became exceptionally vigilant. If there was any sign of trouble, both of them will immediately know. Be careful. Qin Xiang and Lu Menger both quickly shouted at the same time, while simultaneously brandished plussing their respective weapon in hand. Lu Menger thrusted her pretty long spear, while Qin Xiang had also slashed out his broadsword. Both of them attacked towards the same direction, and both of them had equally attacked with their strongest power. In their opinion, even if it was a relatively powerful spirit beast, it would at least be wounded by the attack of their divine weapons, however, who knew that only sparks would burst out. With a dang, brittle sound, they only felt their weapon attacking a very hard thing. Qin Xiang was very shocked. Although he had not poured true qi in the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, it was very sharp. With his powerful physical strength, he had brandished this blade, even if it was a grade 3 spirit beast. It would have been easily sliced into two. Lu Menger, too, was similarly surprised. The hard body of many spirit beasts had been pierced by her kiss of the jade dragon. However, now, when she had thrust at that thing, it was unusually strong, which was why a powerful resistance returned back at her, making her beautiful hands numb. Both Qin Xiang and Lu Menger jumped up at the same time. At this time, both of them were able to see what had suddenly attacked them. Surprisingly, it was a creature similar to a giant python. This beast is from the ancient period known as the Adamantal Crocodile Python. Lu Menger said in a dignified tone, "This Adamantal Crocodile Python had a water tank-sized thick body, with a head like a giant crocodile. Its whole body was covered in gray scales one after another, which looked a bit like a crocodile skin. The Adamantal Crocodile Python, with its pair of golden eyes, directly stared at Qin Xiang and Lu Menger. It suddenly opened its jaws, revealing its sharp teeth, which looked very intimidating. They were perfectly sure that the mysterious, beastly roar from before wasn't emitted by this adamantal crocodile python. After their previous attack, Qin Xiang and Lu Menjie knew that their weapons had no effect on this adamantal crocodile python. From high to low, this beast's whole body was as hard as adamantal. Although this guy had a very stout body, it was not a little bit slow. At this moment, Qin Xiang and Lu Menjie were on high alert. The adamantal crocodile python quickly swung its pointed tail. Its tail was like a sharp spike, thrusting towards Qin Xiang. Simultaneously, the adamantal crocodile python rammed its giant head towards Lu Menjie. This adamantal crocodile python unexpectedly used its head and tail at the same time to attack two enemies. Because its whole body was as hard as steel, it didn't fear any attack on its humongous body. At this point, Qin Xiang and Lu Menjie could only dodge. If they had their true qi at present, it would not be so hard for them. However, the scales on the adamantal crocodile python made Lu Menjie extremely excited. This was a very good material for refining equipments. Whether it was used for refining armor or weapon, it was a top-grade material. Truly worthy of an ancient species, although it's just a grade 5 spirit beast. Relying on its innate abilities and indestructible scales, most people would not dare to attack it. Long Shui, this little dragoness, was unexpectedly very excited. This made Qin Xiang secretly curse her. At the same time, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were thinking of ways to deal this tough ancient period spirit beast. According to legends, during the ancient period, the spirit qi between heaven and earth was very rich. Strong martial artists were as many as clouds. As for the demon beasts, in order for them to survive and obtain even more powerful strength, the demon beasts wedlocked to make up for their own weaknesses. After the birthed cubs reached adolescence, they would become strange species, very tough. Most of the ancient strange beasts were as such. However, with spirit qi getting thinner, and with the appearance of more powerful humans, ancient strange species slowly disappeared. The demon beasts were also badly degraded, and most of them were evolved into some wild animals in the mountains. Does this guy have any weakness? We cannot go on like this. It will consume all of our strength. Qin Xiang didn't brandish his blade to chop on that thrusting spear-like tail. Instead, he just dodged it sideways. The adamantal crocodile python was simultaneously attacking, using its head and tail. Surprisingly, its body was also quickly slithering, forcing Qin Xiang in a steady retreat, destroying many of those huge trees in the process. It was also very difficult for Lu Menjie to cope, because the adamantal crocodile python was also spraying its stinking venom one after another. The trees which were sprayed melted in blink of an eye. In conclusion, the poison was very strong. Idiot hit at the 7-inch area below its head asterisk. Although this snake is very large, however, its vital point is also similar with the common snakes. Look for that spot and strike. Long Shui tenderly shouted, I thought you knew about it. No wonder you didn't attack. Originally, you didn't even know it. Qin Xiang, in his heart, was astonished he had also thought about it before. However, he felt that it was not tangible to apply for this adamantal crocodile python. It must be known this adamantal crocodile python's whole body was covered in very hard scales. If a blade was slashed on it, only sparks would burst out. Besides, this adamantal crocodile python was very powerful too. Sister Menjie, the 7-inch. Qin Xiang shouted. At this point, he could only follow Long Shui words. Lu Menjie, seeing Qin Xiang was already making preparation, realized that there was no time for any pondering. She soon followed in Qin Xiang's attempt. Qin Xiang's feet were sliding, his figure was like a snake, and in a flash he arrived at the 7-inch location of the adamantal crocodile python. He could only grit his teeth as he raised the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade high, and using all of his might, he hacked down like lightning. The 7-inch was just a notion. It refers to the weak point of the snake. Although the adamantal crocodile python was humongous, as an alchemist, Qin Xiang could also determine the so-called 7-inch of the snake. Dang, a brittle sound resounded, though it sounded the same as before. This blade strike made the adamantal crocodile python madly wriggle. Its humongous body in the Sierra was tumbling and struggling, raising a lot of trees to the ground. Lumenger, seeing that it was working, lightly leapt, jumped high into the air, identifying the 7-inch location of the adamantal crocodile python. She swooped down and directly plummet. The sharp spear tip refined using the white jade dragon bone suddenly pierced into the body of the adamantal crocodile python. The adamantal crocodile python was struggling even more severely. Blood was constantly plussing out from that place where it was pierced. Lumenger's thrust had succeeded, and she immediately retreated, while Qinxiang swooped over once again and slashed his blade. Although he was not able to cut off the adamantal crocodile python, the impact from the strike still made the adamantal crocodile python feel sharp pain. In this way, Lumenger and Qinxiang, one after another, took turns and continuously attacked the vital point of the adamantal crocodile python. In just a brief period of time, that 7-inch place were riddled with many holes. That place had become even more vulnerable. Qinxiang, after exerting all his strength in his blade, was finally able to cut the adamantal crocodile python into 2 pieces. *TLN. Chinese saying, a snake's weakness is 7 inches below its head. Snake hit 7-inch, which means if you want to kill a snake, aim for 7 inches below its head. Chapter 169, Divine Armor's Owner. Chapter 169. Divine Armor's owner, those 2 pieces of the adamantal crocodile python twitched for a while before it moved no more. Both Qinxiang and Lumenger sighed in relief. They carefully went over to confirm whether this adamantal crocodile python was alive or dead. It was truly difficult. Qinxiang let out a deep, long sigh. If he had not cooperated with Lumenger, it would have been truly difficult for him to kill this beast. He had realized there was still a very large difference between his and Lumenger's strength, because Lumenger was able to pierce the body of the adamantal crocodile python. However, he was unable to do it. It was all due to Lumenger piercing many holes at the vital point that he was able to cut the adamantal crocodile python. Half and half for each. Lumenger said, "If I want the monster Dan." Qinxiang asked, "After all, that was a very valuable thing." "I said half for each. The monster Dan can also be cut in half," Lumenger replied, and then she received the adamantal crocodile python into her storage ring. "Let me take care of it for now. When we get out of here, after you get the black tortoise adamantal armor, I'll give you your share. You should know that relying on our current strength, it would be very difficult to cut this beast's corpse." Qinxiang nodded his head. Even if he was able to use true qi, if he wanted to defeat the adamantal crocodile python, it would still be very difficult for him. After all, this was an ancient, strange beast. Lumenger contributed the most. The fact that Qinxiang could even get half could be considered very good. In his mind, he was secretly happy he actually obtained so much very cheaply. However, if it was not for his idea, Lumenger wouldn't know at what time she should strike there. They continued on their way. At this point, they were very close to the heart of the island. They were able to see a hill in the distance. The shape of the hill was exceptionally similar to the shape of the island, very much like the Black Tortoise Mountain, as if it was the smaller version of the Black Tortoise Mountain. At the foot of the hill, there was a cave. Seeing this cave, Qinxiang and Lumenger accelerated their footsteps. They felt the black tortoise adamantal armor. They stood at the entrance of the cave, before eventually and cautiously went in. After they decided to enter, even if there was a pot of burning oil ahead, they would still continue to walk. Inside the cave, it was extremely dark. Lumenger was walking in the front, and was doing so very slowly. At almost every step, she would observe her surroundings first before taking another. She was worried there might be traps here. Slowly, half an hour passed. They had finally arrived at the end of the cave where they saw a sarcophagus. "Open together." Lu Menger moved to one end of the sarcophagus. Her voice was filled with excitement because the sarcophagus very likely stored a divine weapon. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He too was similarly excited. Both of them exerted force simultaneously. As the lip opened, an intense white light broke out, dazzling Chun Xiang's and Lu Menger's eyes. That white light soon disappeared as they both immediately looked to see what was inside the sarcophagus. Surprisingly, they saw a pure crystal case present inside it, which was very similar to the time Chun Xiang obtained the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. Inside the crystal case, there was a set of clothes which looked like it was composed of light golden scales. It was a complete set of pant and S.H.I. plus RT inside the case. There was also another small box. Chun Xiang reckoned that there was a Dan inside it along with a beast skin. Lu Menger took a long, deep breath. Her pretty face was filled with shock and excitement. You see those fingernail-sized scales? There are countless spirit veins above each of those scales. How is this thing forged in the end? While speaking, she reached out her hands towards the crystal case. However, just as her beautiful hands touched the crystal case, she uttered a tender shout. She fiercely retracted her beautiful hands. There was a painful look on her face. That expression would make anyone feel sorry for her. Are you okay? Chun Xiang asked in concern. Lu Menger nibbled her lips. She gradually shook her head and said, while slightly panting, There's a very strong rejection force from it. If I kept touching it any longer, I'm afraid I might have vanished in a puff of smoke. You be careful. Even my level of body was not able to withstand it. Do you have a white jade Dan? Chun Xiang nodded his head and hastily took out 2 boxes and handed them over to her. Is it very serious? Fortunately, it's just a little damage to my meridians and muscles. With the white jade Dan, I should be able to recover soon. Lu Menger's complexion was still somewhat pale. She looked very weak, which made Chun Xiang very worried. The black tortoise adamantly armor truly cannot be taken away so casually. As Lu Menger spoke, her face was giving off an aura of fear. She was sure that even if she could use her true qi, she would still not even dare to touch the crystal case again. This was not the first time Chun Xiang had seen this type of crystal case. He also ran across it when he obtained the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. Back then, he had directly grabbed the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. However, now that he saw Lu Menger appearance, he too didn't dare to try. Now he was sure that a very powerful figure had intentionally left these divine weapons in the Chimu mainland. The vermilion bird divine weapon had already been obtained by Lu Menger's parents. You cultivate the divine exercise of the 4 symbols. I think these should be left by another pract. 1. Tionier that cultivates this martial exercise. However, you currently can't use your true qi, so it is very difficult to determine. Su Meiyao said. She also didn't have any definite ideas or clues. Chun Xiang slowly took a deep breath and took out a piece of the H.E.L.L. spirit GRA.SS. The instant he placed it inside his mouth, Lu Menger hurriedly dissuaded. You better not try, it is very dangerous. However, not only had Chun Xiang had touched that crystal case, he also took it out from the sarcophagus. Ha ha, the black tortoise adamantal armor is mine. Chun Xiang suddenly started madly laughing. With a look of disbelief, Lu Menger stared dumbfoundedly at Chun Xiang. She could not help but once again touch that crystal case. However, she once again uttered a sharp scream. The sharp pain made her feel as if her body was struck by lightning. Blood had already overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Chun Xiang hurriedly dropped the crystal case and grabbed Lu Menger's tender body. He took out a small piece of H.E.L.L. spirit GRA.S. and made her swallow it. This made her complexion much better, and she soon woke up. Thank you, Lu Menger said with a light sigh. With a strange look on her face, She glanced at Chen Xiang because nothing had happened to him when he touched the box. Yet, on the other hand, she had almost lost her life when she touched the crystal case. Chen Xiang mischievously laughed. You wasted a little bit of my H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A, S-S. Later on, when you divide the adamantal crocodile python, be sure to give me a little more. Lu Menger softly snorted and said, Humph, really stingy. With all her knowledge and experience, it was very difficult for her to explain this strange phenomena. She could only assume that Chen Xiang had way too many secrets. Just a moment ago, she thought she was going to die. If it wasn't for Chen Xiang's timely help of the H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A, S-S, she probably would have died. Chen Xiang had saved her life. She had no choice but to acknowledge this fact. The next scene made Lu Menger cluck her tongue. Chen Xiang swung his fist towards that crystal case and fiercely pounded on it, blowing it into smithereens. Afterwards, he picked up those originally sealed set of clothes. Feeling the black tortoise adamantal armor, Chen Xiang's whole body jolted. The black tortoise true qi, in a steady stream from his dantian, flowed into the black tortoise adamantal armor, making it suddenly glitter in golden aura. Lu Menger has been watching this entire scene. She was unable to see what means Chen Xiang had used. He didn't even bled on it to have it recognize him as its owner. He also hadn't done any sacrificial refining. He just simply took the black tortoise adamantal armor and produced this scene. It was as if this ancient armor had recognized Chen Xiang. The following scene made Lu Menger even more shocked. The golden light exuding from black tortoise adamantal armor suddenly started moving. Like water, it slowly squirmed onto Chen Xiang's body. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's eyes were closed. It seemed as if he had entered a strange state. Lu Menger's lips slightly parted. With wide open eyes, she looked at the spectacle in front of her. The black tortoise adamantal armor was flowing over Chen Xiang's whole body. Suddenly, it seeped into Chen Xiang's clothes, and its aura also slowly faded away. She had heard that the black tortoise adamantal armor would be awake every 10,000 years to find its master. It seems that Chen Xiang was the master the black tortoise adamantal armor had been waiting for all these years. How did this happen? Lu Menger wasn't able to understand anything. She just understood that Chen Xiang had a lot of confidential secrets.